فيه حظك ان انا كنت حافظها. احمد خد الجوال.
Oh, thanks.
How are you? Thank you for your hair. From start. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم جميعا. Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and esteemed participants. Welcome to the third International Conference on Palestine Studies 2024, hosted by the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies. This year, we convene under the banner of profoundly significant and urgent theme, genocide and Palestinian struggle for justice. Over the next 2 days, we are privileged to engage with scholars, activists, and experts from across the globe as they delve into the socio-political, legal, and humanitarian dimensions of the ongoing crisis in Gaza. Through these dimensions, we aim to deepen our collective understanding, foster critical dialogue, and amplify voices advocating for justice and accountability. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to these ideals, and we are truly grateful for your participation. Together, let us strive to make this conference a space for meaningful exchange and transformative ideas. Thank you once again for being with us. Let us now begin our program. Welcome to the first day of the third international conference, and please now take your seats to begin for our program. So to officially commence our conference, I am honored to invite Councillor Norma Hashim, the founder of Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies, to deliver the opening remarks. Please welcome her on the stage.
Yang Berhormat Said Ibrahim Saidno, esteemed speakers, presenters, and participants. Assalamualaikum and good morning. Welcome to the third International Conference on Palestine Studies, organized by the Hashim Sani Center for Palestine Studies at University Malaya and the International Institute of Advanced Islamic Studies. We are pleased to have 7 guest speakers and 13 presenters at the conference this year. The title, The Genocide in Gaza, was decided a year ago after we had concluded the previous conference. Genocide is defined as the denial of a right of a people to exist and the attempt to annihilate them. It was in January this year, the ICJ had ruled that Israel is plausibly committing genocide in Gaza. But it was already clear to us long before that. As someone who has been involved in relief work in Gaza for 16 years, and with the team for Viva Palestina Malaysia on the ground in Gaza, working daily since October 7 last year, we have had to address the critical needs arising from various aspects of genocide. We had to give food aid to the population that was starving because Israel prevents or restricts food and essential supplies coming into Gaza. We have to give tents to people who have been displaced from forcible transfers. We set up shelter classrooms due to the destruction of schools. We set up mobile clinics because essential infrastructure like hospitals were bombed, and support the families who lost their breadwinners from mass killings and bombings. Here at the Hashim Sani Center, we have been deeply affected by the genocide also. Dr. Rifat Alarir, the poet, writer, and lecturer, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike on December the 6th last year, was a senior non-resident scholar at our center. Well, Dr. Raid Kadura, who did his MA at University Malaya here, and in fact, he designed the logo for our center. He was a presenter at our conference on settler colonialism 2 years ago. And he was killed in an Israeli airstrike with 55 members of his family, including all his children, last year in November. Our research fellow, Dr. Muhammad Alakat, who's presenting this morning, was also living under genocide for 6 months before he managed to leave Gaza with his wife and children and come here. And yet, despite the immense suffering endured by the people of Gaza, in these 14 months of genocide, there's been a concerted effort to silence Palestinian voices by the global powers and Western media. So for this conference, we made a conscious decision to center the voices of those who have been directly impacted by this ongoing tragedy by inviting Palestinian academics and researchers to cover various aspects of this genocide. We have presentations on the way the genocide has been covered in the media, on the impact of the attacks on the health and education sectors, the targeting of children in genocide, and the impacts on reproductive health in Gaza, among other topics. Our keynote speakers are Dr. Mahmoud Al-Hutani, Associate Professor in Linguistics and Translation at Hamad bin Khalifa University in Qatar, Mr. Ahmad Al-Nawouk, the journalist, founder of We Are Not Numbers and Palestine Deep Dive in the UK, Dr. Noor Naim, specialist in artificial intelligence and a founder of AI Minds in Turkey, Dr. Yusuf Al-Jamal, the writer and translator, as well as a senior non-resident scholar at our center, Mr. Muhammad Shihada, a prolific writer and analyst, and Dr. Malaka Shweikh, who will speak online, and she's an associate professor in international relations at the University of St. Andrews in the UK. We're also pleased to announce that His Excellency Hussam Zalmalot, from the Palestinian ambassador to the UK, has agreed to speak tomorrow morning live from the UK at 9 a.m. If you would please listen in. I hope you all take the chance to engage with our speakers who have come from various parts of the Palestinian diaspora. The world cannot turn away from the atrocities committed against the people of Gaza and the Palestinians. We must confront these realities with courage and clarity and reject any attempts to sanitize or justify crimes against humanity. This conference is a step towards breaking the silence, exposing the truth, and galvanizing action. May this conference be an opportunity for us to learn more and to act upon what we learn, inshallah. And inshallah, next year, the topic for our conference will be rebuilding Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Norma Hashim, for those inspiring words. Now, it's my pleasure to invite Young Berbahagia, Said Ibrahim Nuh, head of the Malaysian Parliamentary Caucus on Palestine, to deliver his officiating speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the introduction. Sri Norma Hashim, my dear friend Dr. Nazari, fellow speakers, fellow participants in this third international conference on Palestine Studies, organized by the Hashim Sani Center of Palestine Studies and also IAIS. I congratulate you all for having this conference. I believe there have been lots of conferences here in IAIS, and we will continue to do so as we struggle for the Palestinians. First of all, I extend my deepest gratitude to all who have gathered here today. We are united by a shared commitment to the pursuit of justice and humanity. As we meet here today, the devastation in Gaza remains etched in our collective conscience. The October 2023 war and subsequent barbaric military campaigns by the Zionist regime have led to unparalleled destruction, with countless civilians killed, displaced, and deprived of basic necessities. The deliberate targeting of civilians, journalists, medical assistants, and essential infrastructure alongside the ongoing blockade has been described by many legal experts as acts of genocide under the 1948 Genocide Convention. This conference, I believe, offers a platform to examine the evidence and scrutinize the systemic nature of these atrocities. The term genocide carries grave implications, and its use must be accompanied by urgent global action to address and prevent such crimes. I remember perhaps a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, that there were many who was not so, they were reluctant to actually say that this is a genocide. But there were also already people saying that this is genocide, and I was one of them. I remember in one of the conferences I attended, online webinar, coincidentally done as well by the Arab Organization of Human Rights in UK, and I attended the same conference yesterday, last night, 1 a.m. The same conference I mentioned earlier that time was on the hypocritical nature of the West on the term of genocide, as well as on the action taken by the courts on genocide. And I think there were also a lot of naysayers of how the courts were looking into the issues of Palestine. ICJ, ICC as well. People were also, giving certain, I would say, maybe not believing that ICC would be able to also do the same thing that they did for Ukraine and Russia. And it took a long time for them to finally then help the prosecution or help the or issue the warrants of the arrest warrant for Netanyahu and also Gallant. So I think this is a continuous struggle that we must have. And to me, the recent developments in international law provide a glimmer of hope. The ICC's issuance of arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is a key signal that there is no one above the law. And simultaneously, the International Court of Justice is deliberating genocide allegations against Israel, as we all know. These legal action reaffirm the global community's commitment to addressing impunity for war crimes and crimes against humanity. However, these mechanisms require strong support from all sectors, governments, civil society, and crucially, parliamentarians as well. Parliamentarians play a pivotal role in shaping national and international responses to the Palestinian struggle. As elected representatives, as I am as well, we influence policies, pass resolutions, and mobilize public opinion to advocate for justice. The Malaysian Caucus on Palestine has been quite united across the political divides to champion the Palestinian cause. We have consistently called for stronger governmental action, including condemning Israeli aggression, supporting international legal mechanisms, and providing humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Similarly, the Southeast Asian Caucus on Palestine, which also has been established, has fostered regional collaboration among lawmakers. This platform amplifies collective voices from ASEAN nations. And as Malaysia becomes the chairman of ASEAN next year, I do hope that this will also be one of the focal points for the discussion in ASEAN. advocate for greater regional pressure on Israel and urging international accountability. By engaging with multilateral forums such as the United Nations and the OIC, these caucuses ensure that the plight of Palestinians remain a priority on the global stage. Malaysia has consistently demonstrated leadership in advocating for Palestine. Our Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim recently emphasized the significance of the ICC's arrest warrants, describing them as a victory for those fighting for justice, although little late. He also reiterated Malaysia's commitment to standing with Palestine and supporting international legal efforts to address war crimes and genocide. Our parliamentarians have reinforced this stance through active participation in global campaigns and legislative initiatives. They remind us that justice for Palestine is not merely a diplomatic issue, but a moral imperative that requires relentless advocacy and solidarity. This conference is a critical platform to bridge the gap between academia, activists, and policy making by examining the historical, legal, and also socio-political dimensions of the genocide in Gaza. I hope we will be able to propose actionable solutions that go beyond rhetoric. The findings and resolutions from this event should give and should guide parliamentarians, should guide us, governments, and international bodies toward meaningful action. I urge all participants, all viewers, to use this opportunity to strengthen partnerships and develop strategies that translate our collective knowledge into action. We must hold perpetrators accountable. We must support the victims, and we must work toward a just resolution that ensures the safety and dignity of the Palestinian people. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference reminds us of our shared responsibility to stand against oppression and advocate for justice by whatever means. Parliamentarians, scholars, and civil society must work hand in hand to ensure that the voices of the oppressed are heard and that their rights are upheld. Let us resolve to translate our discussions into tangible steps toward ending the genocide in Gaza and secure a future of peace, dignity, and justice for all. Thank you very much, and I wish you a meaningful and productive conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Young Berbahagia, Said Ibrahim, for your insightful address. Next, we have our first keynote speaker, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Hirtani. Dr. Mahmoud teaches at Hamad bin Khalifa University, Doha, Qatar, at the Master Program of Translation Studies. Courses he teaches include media translation, literary translation. Before joining HBKU, Dr. Al-Hirtani was and remained affiliated as an associate professor at Al-Aqsa University in Gaza, Palestine. He obtained a PhD in translation and intercultural studies at the University of Manchester. His research interest focuses on the role of narrative in the ways mediation and the translation of intercultural production is conducted. Al-Hirtani won the Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Award for Translation and International Understanding at 2024, in 2023. Dr. Al-Hirtani presenting today on the topic of the uncivilizing of Palestinians in Gaza during the genocide. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Hirtani.
Thank everybody. WB Sayyid Ahmed, Sorry, Norma Hashim, Thank you very much for the invitation, Professor Nizari. Thank you all for coming, esteemed guests. My talk today is about de-civilization and media in Palestine. Yeah, thank you very much here. Let me. Control over this or? Ah, yes, this one. Yeah. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Can I? Oh, yes. Okay. So I'll try to be quick since I'm giving 20 minutes. I'll talk about human rights in Palestine in general, the concept of the civilian, which is, I think, very important nowadays, given the constant processing of de-civilization of Palestinians. I'm going to connect dehumanization, demonization to de-civilization. Since and the gap that is covered here is that in cultural studies, in post-colonial studies and decolonial studies, researchers address the importance and the dangers of dehumanization of Palestinians, paving the way for killing, etc. And also they talk about demonization, but little attention is paid to the idea of de-civilization, which is actually the technical application or the practical application that gives Israel legal right to kill Palestinians. And I'm going to talk about media coverage and why I inserted translation here, because translation is the vehicle over which news travel fast and wide over media outlets. Specifically, if there is a monolingual reporter on the ground, he listens to people, interprets, fixes, and then they put their reports in the recipient end in their language, while the recipients do not know what is happening there in the ground in the language of the victims. It's very important. And I derived the importance of language and society and life from Martin Heidegger, the German philosopher, who came out with the idea that people actually do not speak the language. Language speaks through them. And there is a huge language problem when it comes to the Palestinian plight representation over the world, not only inside Palestine. And I had a chat with somebody yesterday that ignited a lot of thinking in my mind at the house of Professor Farid Al-Attas. We were talking about displaced Palestinians and displaced Israelis. And people are talking about these things with parity, as if the displaced Palestinians are in the same conditions of displaced Israelis in the same situation, which is actually do a lot of injustice to the Palestinians as default. And people consume this discourse. Even the victims themselves, they talk about displaced Israelis. So this is the importance of how language functions through time and space and society in general. I'm going also to talk about adventure, emergency, excessive news. These are used in my analysis of how de-civilization take place. And also I'm going to touch upon, I'm going to be fast actually. These are a lot of topics, but I'm going to be fast because I would like to open the discussion and to do something new about the situation in Palestine. And then we are going, I'm going to open the floor or open the situation for discussion on how to decolonize the anti-colonial means themselves. And this is debated now. We want to decolonize the discourse. We want to decolonize the narratives of the colonial entities or the post-colonial entities, but we still use the same means that are available to us and made in the West. This is another thing we need to touch upon. I think I will start with human rights as laws are mediated in English-speaking media with specific reference to the current Israeli war in Gaza, Palestine. How human rights laws can be effective or ineffective depending on the ways in which death and suffering of civilians are covered by media. The concept of the civilian, as defined according to different literatures on international humanitarian law, as a person who does not belong to combatant groups. And here is the thin line between the combatant and the civilian. And in case of doubt, the literature actually stresses that in case of doubt, and Israel has been excellent in working in the case of doubts, creating case of doubts. Neve Gordon, an international specialist, says that Israel is, and he's a Jew, by the way, he's based at London University. He says when it comes to international humanitarian law, Israel is excellent at pushing the limits of international humanitarian law. Each time they use different strategies, different tactics. Even sometimes they hijack the Palestinians' resistance tactics under the title of mirroring and inversion. Now, if you look at the Israeli discourse in English specifically, you would feel that it is the Palestinians who are invading Israel. And you feel that every day there is a 7 October in Israel. Every day since 7 October. And this is really interesting to discuss. So in case of doubt, civilian remains civilian according to the literature. I don't want to read this. So I would like to highlight Francesca Albanese's definition of decivilization. Actually, I was reading her report. You know, everybody knows Francesca Albanese, the UN Rapporteur on Human Rights in Palestine, and she's very active. And I think she is the first to highlight the importance of this concept in her reports. Decivilization, according to her, and it became used by the UN. Luckily, they canonized it. Refers to the treatment of Palestinians as collective incarcerable threat in an effort to strip them of their status of protected persons. And that is actually what is happening technically and legally and scientifically in the ground, specifically when you talk about artificial intelligence, as Dr. Noor is going to discuss, rendering them ineligible for protection as civilians, specifically with these leaflets that they drop on people, the text messages, everything the Israelis are doing, even the knock on the roof missile or rockets. Actually, all of these are tactics in order to say that we are killing the Palestinian in the right way. We are killing them legally. And there is this title actually in a book I translated into Arabic, The Human Right to Dominate. There is this chapter titled The Human Right to Kill. So these rational colonial institutions or colonial powers, informed by science, we know that Western civilization is very cruel, very rational at the same time. They do not do things in vacuum. They have to rationalize, they have to offer ethical justification of whatever, or legal justification of whatever practices they do against the indigenous or the natives. And she says the continual unproven attributions of Hamas's affiliation and allegations of human shielding. Human shielding is heavily used by Israelis in international courts as a tool used by Hamas in order to justify the killing of all Palestinians, as if they are taken. And because in international law, if a person becomes a human shield, then he loses the protection, or she loses the protection, even if it is a hospital or a medical center. This is why Israel, before invading any hospital, they keep claiming that it is a place for terrorists, etc., etc. A core feature of Israeli conduct, she says, Albanese, I'm quoting here, since 7 October has been the intensification of its decivilization of Palestinians, a protected group under the Genocide Convention. So how is this decivilization covered by the media? Here is the point. Dehumanization is covered, demonization is covered, and people talk about these a lot on social media, but decivilization is not yet promoted as a term that can bring Israel's actions bare to the eyes of the people who follow news, who follow Israeli actions. And in order to fight the colonial power aggressions or atrocities on the native, we need to know how they theorize things. Now, despite all the literature in Palestine, we all know that the ICC is only the tip of the iceberg. The ICC arrest warrant is only the tip of the iceberg. The UN has been issuing resolutions against Israel since 1948, hundreds of resolutions. Israel, Zionism as a racist movement, Israel as an apartheid state. A lot of the literature is there. But the thing is that why the Palestinian situation exacerbates, despite all these resolutions in favor of Palestinians in international forum, including Amnesty International, human rights organizations such as Human Rights Watch, even Israeli human rights organizations such as Beit Salem. In 2021, Beit Salem declared Israel as an apartheid state. It's an Israeli liberal organization. So why the situation exacerbates, and each time the Palestinians are subjugated to more aggression, as we are seeing in the genocidal war in Gaza? I think there are 4 factors that actually affect change of situation in human rights in a country. These are including, of course, and a result of activism in the streets, etc. But when it comes to official change, people have to look at international human rights organizations, international community, world powers that can take without when we come to the will power as a factor that promote human rights, we cannot ignore the fact that European countries, European leaders took it personally with Netanyahu himself. And the ICC arrest warrant is not against Israel, by the way, it's against Netanyahu himself, who has been insulting European leaders for a long time. And I think that European leaders facilitated, even Biden himself, maybe silent or didn't attack the ICC arrest warrant because he has a real personal problem with Netanyahu, who actually despises everybody on the world. So we cannot also exclude the importance, the significance of media as a power that can act as a leverage for human rights through not only factual, and we stress the word factual here because if you follow the news, you will see that Palestinian human rights are covered in the Western media. If you click on Google, you will find BBC covering Palestinian human rights. The thing is, it's not about factual. It's not about, and we are going to talk about adventure news, which is suggested by Shel Waraki, where people under the guise of objectivity would say that Palestinians, yes, are killed, Palestinian plight exists, and Palestinians are oppressed, etc., but they don't take a step further to help alleviate or bring a solution to the suffering. They have their own other tactics that amplify Israeli suffering at the expense of the Israeli suffering, at the expense of the Palestinian plight, amplifying, again, depicting the resistance movements as superpowers who are really ready at any moment to raise Israel out of the face of earth. So media can empower human rights and can suppress human rights. What do they do in Palestine? Actually, most of the time, despite they really cover human rights issues in Palestine, but they don't uncover the oppressor. There is these tactics of amplifying issues, suppressing certain issues, reorientation of news. When we talk about civilian, for instance, I conducted a study on the BBC coverage of the Israeli arrest of Palestinians in northern Gaza. The photo everybody saw where Palestinians were naked and handcuffed, and they talk about what do we know about men in the video, or video shows men, but they don't talk about who actually put them in this situation. The Israeli soldiers. This is number one. And most of the time when they were talking about the situation, the dire situation in which these men are, they do not indicate that these are civilian. They make it open for interpretations, in English I mean, that these might be civilian, might be uncivilian. And here is the guise of objectivity. And the thing is, when they, and this is in discourse analysis called intertextuality, they gave a lot of space in the news report to the Israeli spokesperson, who actually mentioned civilian 7 times in the text. 7 times. 5 times in a negative connotation, saying that we found these men in a place where civilians are not expected to be there, indicating or implicating that they are not treated as civilians simply because we warned them. We sent them text messages. This is a risky area, you have to leave. And because these people who are really civilians and they do not leave their houses at the order of Israeli authorities, now the Israeli, and back to the idea of the sovereign, I'm going to talk about how human rights are embedded in colonial power structures. And this is what we need to discuss about, how to get away from these structures that we think will help us, while in reality they are not helping. Thank you. I think I covered this already. Adventure news, where people offer factual narratives describing the situation using maps without context, reporting random and isolated events, and therefore fail to make an ethical demand on spectators. And that is actually what is happening with the Palestinians. They enjoy being objective. Impartiality is attained. They can prove that they are neutral, and they are giving voice to everybody of the conflict, the so-called conflict, while the case is actually, this is why it's not helping. The second type of news, emergency news, that offers representations of suffering that produce pity, activating human interaction through a variety of narrative types and a multiple visualization. The Israeli suffering is always visualized. When they talk about Israeli Palestinian prisoners, and when BBC, for example, because I follow BBC a lot, when BBC report about Israeli detainees in Gaza, I had a look at one of these reports. It is constantly updated with personal stories, with pictures about these soldiers, and female and male. While when they talk about Palestinian prisoners, about whom a lot of testimonies from inside the Sidi Timan prison, where they are imprisoned and tortured to death, and sometimes, as Dr. Adnan al-Bush, Francesca Albanese found out recently, that he was raped to death. You would find something in Arabic about Dr. Adnan al-Bush, but nothing in English. And this is another thing. Here, translation is in operation in favor of colonial structuring of realities. Yeah. The third type is ecstatic news, and people in the literature mention what happened in America in the aftermath of the September 11, when all news went mad about what happened in the towers in New York, where live footage and uninterrupted flow of images. And the same thing can be applicable to what happens in the news in the Western world after October the 7th. The fever that struck all of them, asking anybody who appears, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? And the anger that spread around the media outlets around the world. yeah, we talked about the equalization of suffering in media, mirroring. Yeah, the mirroring is a term that I use from human rights organization discussion, where settler colonialist discourse is actually uses the same resistance tactics of the indigenous people. Now you have settler colonialist entities inside Israel, and they have their own media outlets in English that they believe that they are the indigenous. Palestinians are the colonizer. They are fighter for freedom. Smotrich, for example, is a good example. And they are angry. Sometimes when you see Smotrich, sometimes he cries on cameras. We are the subjects of violence. The Palestinians are actually taking our land. We have to liberate it. This is called mirroring and also inversion. And if we are not aware of these techniques, we are not going to understand the American unequivocal support, the American grassroots, the American populist culture of supporting of Israel. Because there are a lot of people who believe what the Israelis say in their reports about what's happening in Palestine. And in this context, actually, we understand why Donald Trump came out with this idea that Israel is so small. I looked at the map and I found that Israel is a tiny place. We have to expand it. Yeah, he feels pity for the Israelis. This is actually a chart where, again, a translation of what's happening on the ground, an application of mirroring and inversion. A study by The Intercept about the New York Times, Washington Post, and Los Angeles Times, where they cover what happens in Palestine using, according to these statistics, the word slaughter, for example, is used in favor of Israelis 60 times, while it is used in these outlets for Palestinians 1 time. The word horrific, 38 times for Israelis, 4 times in the same period for Palestinians. The word massacre, 120 times for Israelis, 4 times for Palestinians. And here we talk, Frantz Fanon, in his book, The Wretched of the Earth, which he wrote in 1969, I think. He says that when we, the native, are in contact with journalists from the West, and then when they use objectivity, it's always literally saying, when objectivity is used by the colonizer, it is always directed against the native, where it produces dominant understanding and values while at the same time pretending to be free from any ideological influence. I think I need to jump to what lies beneath. I've already talked about the civilian issue here. Yeah, the translation issue. You might wonder what is the role of translation in this. If you look at this, Wikipedia, if you check anything in Arabic, you will find that it's like a logo here. تضامنا مع حق الشعب الفلسطيني and in red لا للإبادة الجماعية في غزة، لا لقتل المدنيين، لا لاستهداف المستشفيات والمدارس، لا للتضليل والكيل بمكيالين، أوقفوا الحرب وانشروا السلام العادل والشامل. Very strong statement by Wikipedia in favor of Palestinians in Arabic. The translation of this is in solidarity with the right of the Palestinian people, no to genocide. It calls in Arabic, it calls it genocide. No to genocide in Gaza, no to the killing of civilians, no to the targeting of hospitals, no to the misleading and double standards. And this is very ironic from Wikipedia. No to misleading and double standards, stop the war, spread just and comprehensive peace. While in English, nothing of this appears. In the English version of Wikipedia, nothing of this appears. Nothing of this is there. And they are talking about double standards. Now, the thing is that an Arab who doesn't know English might think that these Western produced media, big thing like Wikipedia, is in favor of Palestine, then there is just solution for us coming soon, because they are very influential. And here is actually, we learned in the first years of our university years that translation is a bridge between civilization. In this case, translation is actually a vehicle for misleading. What lies beneath? I think I've already touched upon these things when I said the human rights emerged in the European context of 1940s, and while these warring nations, I mean the Western nations, were colonial entities, and these human rights systems were created along the lines of the needs of the superpowers themselves. So this is why, as a researcher, I don't feel surprised when the British government, when the French government unequivocally support Israel, because to their mind, this is within the sovereign right of the state. When human rights systems were created, actually they gave the sovereign right to kill and to make people live and to make people die within the hands of the state. This is why now Israel is making some investigation inside Israel, telling the world that we are doing the investigation. You don't need to get involved. I like what this professor says about the figure of the civilian. He is based at Edinburgh University. His name is Nicola Piroggioni. And he says the ways in which human rights laws are designed, practiced, and covered by media show how racial and gender hierarchies sustaining global colonial governance have structured the laws of war and the category of civilian. People think that Netanyahu, when South Africa actually filed its case against Israel in the International Court of Justice, people thought that it will be an easy thing. It's a piece of cake. It's a televised genocide. But when it comes to reality, when it comes to laws, Israel has a lot to say, because it knows how to use laws, which are actually designed in the interest of the powerful. So Piroggioni calls for the abolition of international hierarchies, including the human rights system, and he even further argues that decolonizing the legal figure of the civilian means to decolonize the anti-colonial means, which is very important, I think, of decolonization, because the Western-centered colonial rationale continues to inform contemporary conflicts. And all of this is applicable in media practices. I would like to end with a WhatsApp message I received from a scholar recently, and she says something. She quote. I asked her afterwards that where did you get this quote from, and she gave me the title of the book, which is Digital Degrowth, in which the writer actually goes further than decolonizing the anti-colonial means. He says that it's time that people actually call a spade, and instead of boycotting Israel, start boycotting American academia. Yeah, because he says that everything is happening because of the Godfather is allowing it. And it's time that people, academics around the world, start thinking of, and I think this is one form of decolonizing the anti-colonial means themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Hartani, for your thought-provoking keynote. Up next, we have Dr. Muhammad Al-Aqad and Dr. Ali Soraya Azar with their presentation title, Framing Genocide, Comparative Linguistic Analysis of Western Media and Al Jazeera Narrative on Gaza. So it's mine. It's me and my colleague. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. presentation. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Today we are going to speak about how the Western media narrate the war in Gaza and the genocide in Gaza especially starting from October 7th up to date. So in the mainstream of Western media, we are focusing here and we are navigating only on BBC because BBC considered one of the most prominent, I think, in my personal point of view, one of the most prominent and trustworthy mainstream media in the West. So this is our topic, framing genocide, a comparative linguistic analysis. So we are going to do a kind of comparative text and critical text analysis between Western media and the Eastern media narratives, which is framingly, we are speaking here about Al Jazeera. Okay, perfect. Okay. So as we all know, the pivotal role and the critical role of social media and the media mainstreams of the West and even the East, as we have witnessed during the past year of genocide and many years before, the media could change the trend of a country, could collapse a country, actually, could help in collapsing or raising a country from nothing, only by focusing on social media. Nowadays, the biggest and the giant company in the West focusing and allocating a huge budget only for social media, because the social media coverage could trend and could change the trend in certain country from A to B. So this is what we ignite our thought to focus on this. Also, the production of social media is going to talk about here, as we mentioned, in the narrative of genocide and how they narrate genocide in Gaza and what are the ideological language perspective they are using and the word choice lexicon, word choice, whether they are using some kind of ideological perspective to narrate the war on Gaza in a positive or a negative way against the Palestinian and against the Eastern side. So our research objective here is to analyze the linguistic choices used by Al Jazeera and BBC, as the main mainstream in the Middle East is considered Al Jazeera, and the pivotal mainstream in the West is considered BBC, as we mentioned, in reporting the Gaza war. So to identify also the underlying ideological and culture biasness. So here we are focusing on the bias, and I think no need to have many articles or many research papers, because it's very clear, it's very obvious to anyone can see the bias in terms of not only BBC, but the most of the Western media, unfortunately. And even by default and maybe by the grace of Allah, this war and this genocide in Gaza, as we say in Malay, the buka mask, which is fall and reveals all the real faces of the people, whether in the East or the West. So also our main objective also to understand the impact of these narratives on the global audiences and how these narratives are going to impact the audience's understanding. So here it's a very, very interesting topic. Over 100 BBC staff accused network of pro-Israel bias in Gaza coverage. So even the staff of BBC itself, they are accusing the coverage of the mainstream with biasness toward or pro-Israel. So the consequences of adequate coverage are significant there. Every television report, article, radio interviews that has failed to robustly challenge Israeli claims has systematically dehumanized Palestine. It's very clear. So they have signed a petition and sent this petition letter to the head of BBC, reported by The Independent. So what are the theoretical framework? The theoretical framework we are going to use for this study is the CDA, which we call the critical discourse analysis, in order to examine the power, ideology, and the language used in media narrative, what kind of language they are using. Sometimes they are using sympathy or emotional language in order to attract the audience, in order to make the audience sympathize with one another. Framing theory explores how media shapes audiences' perception through selective emphasis. The representation of conflict here, we focus on the portrait of victims, aggressors, and geopolitical power dynamics. In terms of methodology, I think my colleague, Dr. Ali, will continue. Yeah. Come in. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. It's my pleasure to be here with our brothers and sisters. And this is a very interesting topic for me also. This is my first time focusing on the media. But before this, I am a discourse analyst, actually. My supervisor is here already. So, ex-supervisor, I am alumni of UN, and we did a lot of discourse analysis and on the different texts, especially academic discourse. This one, when Dr. Muhammad invited me to join this kind of collaborative research, it was very interesting for me to look at how the lexicons and structures, syntax, and rhetorical strategies of the writers, how they shape and influences our perceptions when we are reading the news, especially on the media. The methodology that we followed and employed in this comparative discourse analysis study was a kind of, as you know, discourse analysis is a kind of qualitative research design. So we focus on the content, understanding of the messages or the text and discourses that being used in this corpus. And we collected our data from different two sources of the news articles, Al Jazeera and BBC. And we tried to filter and screen the data to see to avoid being biased selection of our data. These are the principles and basic principles of the research methodology, as you know. So after cleaning the data and screening all the data means that removing all the pictures, all the numbers, because when we are coming to the level of the discourse analysis, when we want to use softwares, like, for example, Wordsmith or NVivo or Atlas TI, these softwares need to have only text. So we only extracted the text without manipulating anything. And then we looked at the way that lexicons and structures and rhetorical strategies, how being employed in these social media. So this is kind of methodology that I wanted to share with you, how it works. And later on, I am and Dr. Muhammad, we are more happy to listen to your questions or any comments. So in the data analysis procedure, there is one framework, very well-known framework, that is called Fairclough's framework. And it looks at the 3 dimensions in this framework. Fairclough started to analyze the 3 levels. It goes to the discourse or text first, and dimensional. The 3 dimensions are here: textual analysis and discourse practices and the social part or pragmatic parts of the discourse that being used in the different text level. So we looked at the textual analysis of the media, means that we looked at the lexicons, we looked at the syntax, and we looked at the rhetorical devices being used in the media, in these texts, 2 types of texts. And then we moved on to the discourse practices, analyzes how media sources construct and disseminate stories, considering ideological positions. After that, we looked at the pragmatic level of the text to see that how, for example, different layers of the power and the different layers here being used and employed, and how they influence or impact on the audience or readers' perceptions. So as my colleague Dr. Muhammad stated about the objectives, I don't want to go to the objectives. A little bit, sorry about the text color. Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, a little bit wide, and then I need to read a little bit about these findings. So in the findings that we want to focus on Al Jazeera, first emphasizes Palestinian suffering based on the lexicon and the phrases that we have found out, and it emphasizes on resistance. Uses emotive language. We found a lot of emotive language in order to see how human rights being violated, and also frames Israel as an aggressor and occupier. These are the main focuses of this news and the text or discourses. Whereas in BBC social media, BBC News articles, we found mainly neutrality and reflecting Western political perspectives, and focuses on diplomacy and sometimes going to international law. Avoiding emotionally charged language in BBC social media or news articles, and all the time presenting a neutral view. I am going to share some findings of our text analysis. It is very interesting. Let's look at some of the examples here I brought about the lexical choices that we have in 2 columns, as you see, Al Jazeera and BBC. So these are exactly directly taken from the social, these news articles. And under Al Jazeera, we have the terminologies like genocide and like, for example, threat, brutality, atrocities. So these differences are in the lexicon, it's very clear. And on the BBC, you can see some of the words like, for example, some neutral terms like, for example, evacuation orders, counter-terrorism operations, and hostilities. Also, if we go to the references to colonial modernity and the imperial West to frame the conflict as global imperialism, under BBC, we can see describing Palestinian fighters as a terrorist organizations. They are going to defend their land, their soil, but they were called terrorist organizations. If we go to rhetorical strategies, how we can see that how emotive appeals being very prominent in Al Jazeera news articles, like, for example, evokes sympathy with phrases like indiscriminate killing, deprivation of basic necessities, Israel's bombing kills Palestinian civilians, polarization positions Israel as aggressor and Palestinians as victims, freedom fighters or resistance groups. Whereas on BBC, we can see some tones like presenting conflicting perspectives without overt alignment, and Israelis are killed while Palestinians die. So these are 2 lexicons that, if we look at the semantic layers, different layers of the meanings of the lexicons in terms of semantics, definitely there is a difference. Looks like, for example, we use love and like. The layers of the meaning and the influence of the words totally different. So as we see here, for example, Israeli actions are described as retaliator or retaliatory or defensive, while Palestinian actions are labeled aggressive and or terrorist. So when we are looking at these lexicons and the choice of the lexicons and the rhetorical strategies that being employed in different social media, especially these 2 types of the news articles from 2 different parties or 2 different mindsets or two different points of views, we can understand that how media also influence our readers' perceptions in terms of the understanding the clear status of the people, for example, Gaza, the people, our brothers and sisters, how they are suffering in this land. Some of the key examples, again, here you can see under Al Jazeera, we have found a phrase like, for example, Israel is engaging in a genocide of the Palestinian people. And whereas if we go to the BBC, it says that the IDF said its troops had conducted a counter-terrorism operation, or journalists silenced as part of a systematic targeting campaign, even as Dr. Muhammad showed on the sample of the picture or news, that even the staff of the BBC started to protest and against this kind of policy. Under Al Jazeera, we have evokes outrage and solidarity by portraying Western powers as complicit imperialists. And on the BBC, we can see uses cautious language to avoid attributing moral blame, focusing instead on operational details and humanitarian impacts. So we did a kind of comparative analysis here. So we found these things that we want to share with you. Al Jazeera adopts an advocacy-based approach, emphasizing resistance. The BBC prioritizes impartiality and appealing to a global audience. Both influencing people, we cannot say that it is not influencing, but in a divergent and different ways. In socio-political implications, Al Jazeera mobilizes grassroots activism and regional solidarity. BBC fosters diplomatic engagement through neutral reporting. Divergent narratives shape policy decisions and global perceptions. To wrap up, when we are looking at these kinds of news articles, Al Jazeera and BBC here just only samples. Maybe one of the limitations of this project or this study going only onto two news or two kind of mindsets. But this is a part of a small project. We are interested in going to deeper levels and go to bring in a lot of data and focus and to see that what's happening in the zone of the media and how these media are going to influence global perceptions and socio-political actions. So understanding these narratives is essential for informed discourse. So these are our recommendations. Encourage critical media literacy to assess biases in conflict reporting. Promote diverse sources for a more balanced understanding of global conflicts. And we need further research on the impact of media framing on policy making and public opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Aqad and Dr. Ali Azar, for sharing your valuable research. Now, we will take a short break. Please join us for refreshment. We will resume back at 10:40, inshallah. Mr. Thawrib, Mrs. Naya, and Mr. Niasi, Mr. Osman, on award reporting in the Bangkok Post, CNN, and Al Jazeera, a comparative critical discourse analysis. Please give them a warm welcome. Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. We are from Prince of Songkhla University Pattani Campus, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, language can shape our perception of conflict. Every news headline tells a story, but rarely the full truth. Ladies and gentlemen, you are here with us on the result. Gaza war reporting in Bangkok Post, CNN, and Al Jazeera. Comparative critical discourse analysis. But first, think about the last conflict related headline you read. How did it shape your perspective? Our beloved audiences, today we will explore how media headline influence opinion on the Israel-Palestinian war. Therefore, the present study attempts to explore how Thai and non-Thai media report on the Israel-Palestinian conflict using critical discourse analysis. Also, we seek to figure out concealed bias and framing method by addressing two questions. For the first question, do the Bangkok Post, CNN, and Al Jazeera reveal any ideological bias toward the Israeli or Palestinian in their news reporting of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Second question, how are the actors in the Gaza-Israeli conflict represented in the Thai and non-Thai media coverage? Now, we have a look at the literature review to set the context for our study. It cannot be denied that the Israel-Palestinian conflict is one of the most important issues we face today. With events like Israel police attacked the Al-Aqsa Mosque, according to Belmont 2023, highlighting the unpredictable situation. Factors like occupation, settlement expansion, and worsening condition increased cycle of violence from both parties that sparked global protests. Now let's move to the media discourse and news headline. Interestingly, the conflict is reported in different ways by various news outlets. Media coverage plays a key role in shaping global protests of these events, especially through headline. According to Bell 1991, he said that impactful narrative tools that influence public understanding. However, headlines are not neutral. According to Richardson 2023, argues that they contract ideological bias, they contract ideological stance, especially in conflict reporting. So this makes analyzing headline essential for improving media literacy. Now, let's move to know the detail of Bangkok Post and other media outlets by forums. All right. Hello. Assalamu alaikum and sawadee krab. All right, let's see how this applies to specific media outlets. So in Thailand, Bangkok Post is the major English newspaper which also report the Gaza war crisis. However, the language choices in the Bangkok Post coverage have not been examined in comparison with the other major media outlets. Okay, on the other hand, CNN transform new consumptions with 24/7 real-time updates, strengthening its trust in reporting global conflicts. And however, Al Jazeera
known for its pro Arab stance, develops Palestinian voices and critique Israeli policies. And to analyze media's discourse of the three outlets, we use the critical discourse analysis, or the CDAs, as a framework that explore the connection between language, powers, and also the ideology. So CDA was uncovered hidden biases and power dynamics, particularly in how stories frame political actions. Okay. By the way, Vantage framework become to our crucial tools as well that review about the headlines use strategies like emphasizing such positively or them negatively, so that they're reinforcing group biases and shaping perceptions. And in our reviews of previous studies on the media discourse, it can be noted that researchers use Van Dijk's ideological square, found patterns of the bias in terms of using language of the considering praising and criticizing the party, and show ideological framing reflecting specific perspective on conflicts. So, for example, Nikatu 2023, as you see on the screen, conducted a critical discourse analysis, or CDAs, on the Berger newspaper and found that the Ethiopian government was framed as heroic and the TPLF as a terrorist and traitors. So this creates a divide between the in-group, the government, and also the out-group, the TPLF. So meanwhile, Brusilovskas and Maximenko in 2022 showed that the hidden ideology in using of the language, as well by the Russian media that justify the Ukraine war as defensive and downplay the Western sanctions and label the Ukrainian forces as Nazis, aligning public opinion with Russian goals. And in addition, our year 2023 compared the Washington Post and the Moscow Times and found that the former emphasized about the Russian aggression and Ukrainian bravery, while the latter took a more balanced views of the political leanings. And also in Amara 2024, conducted also a CDA study to analyze the Al Jazeera, that pro-Palestinian narrative in the coverage. So they found that Al Jazeera can reviews about the Palestinian sufferings and resistance, but framing Israeli actions negatively. So although these studies have analyzed by the critical discourse analysis, none of the studies focus on how a Thai medium presents its ideology to local audiences, differs from the Arab or Western media. So these studies try to fill the gap by comparing how the Bangkok Post, CNN, and Al Jazeera frame the conflicts and review ideological perspectives, shaping our understanding when we go to see about the Thai and international media outlets. So now let's move to the methodology.
Thank you, Mr. Tawilat. Okay, let's move on to methodology. For the methodology, we took a qualitative approach to study how media headlines frame Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That our analysis focused on 30 headlines from 3 major media outlets. They are the Bangkok Post, CNN, and Al Jazeera. To structure our analysis, we apply Van Dijk's ideological square for detecting bias in media language by analyzing the wording and sentence in structure in the headlines. We uncover pattern of bias and their potential impact of audience perception of the conflict. Okay, let's move on to our findings of question 1. Do the Bangkok Post, CNN, and Al Jazeera reveal any ideological bias towards the Israelis or Palestinians in their news reporting of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Based on our analysis of headlines from these three outlets using Van Dyke's ideological square, we found 4 key categories of bias in their coverage. For the first one is emphasizing positive us. Look at that, these headlines. CNN frame Israel as peace-seeking or constructive. For example, in the headline, Israel and Hamas appear on brink of framework agreement for ceasefire and hostage deal. Israeli source says highlight Israel's proactive role in peace effort. Phrase like on brink of framework agreement for ceasefire and hostage deals. Subtly portray Israel as peace-seeking. Similarly, the headline, Israeli strike that kill 45 at camp for displaced Palestinians in Rafah, a tragic error. Netanyahu says, shift focus from aggressive to regret by... Sorry, thank you. Sorry. Similarly, the headlines, Israeli strike that kill 45 at camp for displaced Palestinians in Rafah, a tragic error. Netanyahu says shift focus from aggression to regret by using the term a tragic error. So this example illustrates how CNN is trying to convey the Israeli leader Netanyahu's goodwill as he is not supporting this evil act, but it occurred unintentionally. And next, emphasizing negative them. According to our analysis, it revealed that both Bangkok Post and Al Jazeera utilize language strategy to emphasize negative consequences of opposing action in the conflict. The Bangkok Post focuses on Hamas' shift position on ceasefire. So such as that in this headline, Hamas action led to Israel's response, making it seem more justified for Israel and subtly shifting blame onto Hamas. On the other hand, Al Jazeera uses strong emotional language to criticize Israel. For example, in this headline, Al Jazeera uses the word bloodbath to show extremely violent and suffering, making Israel action seem really aggressive. And next, de-emphasizing negative us. CNN and the Bangkok Post use softer language to describe Israel action. For example, CNN employed the word takeover instead of the phrase stronger terms like this or invade. Similarly, the Bangkok Post used the word push rather than attack. So these word choices appear to downplay the severity of Israel action, presenting them in a less aggressive light compared to more direct language. Okay, and for the last one is de-emphasizing positive them. In our analysis of 30 headlines, we didn't find clear examples of downplaying the positive action of the outgroup. Instead, CNN focused on broader discussion about global humanitarian aid and international responses, rather than effort by Palestinians to protect civilians or negotiate ceasefire. Similarly, Al Jazeera didn't downplay positive action by Israelis in its headlines. So overall, we can clearly see that CNN and the Bangkok Post tended to soften criticism of Israel, while Al Jazeera focused more on highlighting Palestinian struggles and portraying Israel as aggressive. So these differences in framing show how media language can shape public speaking in the conflict. Yes, and next we're gonna talk about the second research question. And please, Ms. Najah, stand here. Thank you.
Okay, so to answer the second research question, how are the actors in the Gaza-Israeli conflicts represented in Thai and non-Thai media coverage? Okay, so for our analysis, it can show a clear differences in how power dynamic were portrayed. It shows a clear division between a powerful versus powerless and aggressor versus aggressed. Then let me guide you through the example in our slide. For this example, we analyzed the headline from 3 new outlets, which is reported between May 7 to 9, 2024. So this is the event that happened on Rafah. Okay, so according to our analysis, we found that both CNN and Bangkok Post portray Israel as a dominant and strategic figure. For example, one headline from CNN highlights Israel military operations. It focused on its scale and strategy of its escalations. For example, the phrase like moving from airstrike to ground operation, this phrase trying to emphasize the escalation of Israel, the Israel military operations. Yes, so it's very similar to the Bangkok Post. The headline from Bangkok Post also portray Israel as a dominant figure by using the phrase like step up attack to emphasize the Israel strategies. So both of these headlines try to clearly focus on Israel and emphasize Israel as the dominant figure, but none of them mention how these actions affect Palestinian civilians. They leave Palestinians out of the narrative. But in contrast, Al Jazeera, they shift the focus to the aggressor versus aggressed. So they describing the situations in Rafah as a humanitarian nightmare. So they focus on the situations as humanitarian nightmare, and they shift the focus to the Israel as the aggressor. The phrase like the humanitarian nightmare clearly frame Israel as the aggressors. So overall, so we can see that both CNN and Bangkok Post portray Israel as the dominant actors, but Al Jazeera portray Israel as the aggressors. So overall, we can see that when we see all of these headlines, we can see that the headline, the media doesn't just report us about what happened, but it can craft the narrative that influence how we understand the power and the humanities. So the thing that we can do, or what does it mean for all of us as the readers, it means that we couldn't just take the headline as a face value, but we need to think critically and we need to ask the questions that what's being left out, because this is all of our responsibilities. So this is all of our presentation today. So thank you so much.
Thank you to the Thai team for your insightful analysis and wonderful presentation. Our next keynote speaker, Mr. Muhammad Shihata. He is a writer and civil society activist from the Gaza Strip and a student of development studies at Lund University, Sweden. He was the PR officer for the Gaza office of the Euromid Monitor for Human Rights. Now, his presentation will be solving the Palestinian-Israeli conflict with salmon fish and potato salad. So please welcome him.
Thanks for reading the headline accurately. I actually prepared a slide with a picture of what that looks like. Yep, exactly. European food is quite horrendous. It's good to get a break from that. If anybody ever offers you potato salad, don't indulge. It never ends well. Okay, so I tend usually to speak a little bit fast. I'll try to slow it down, but I speak fast because in European gatherings or events, you basically have spent years and years and years researching a topic, and then you are given exactly 2 minutes to speak before they play music and cut you off. I'll try here to accommodate to the time I was given, which I think was 3 hours. I'll put a timer. But basically, the topic I chose was to underline some ridiculous schizophrenia that I will touch on in the presentation. I am from Gaza, as I was introduced, and there we measure our age by how many wars we survived. So, for instance, Dr. Muhammad, I think you might have survived at least 3 or 4 wars. Ahmed, the same. Yusuf, I survived 10 military operations, 2 grand invasions. And basically what is happening right now is way, way, way worse than if you combine all the past 2 decades together. By any metric you choose, it's literally a Guinness record-setting genocide. If you choose the number of journalists killed, it's the highest. It's 3 times as high as all journalists that were killed in the Second World War or in all 20 years of the war on Vietnam. If you look at the number of humanitarian workers, children, etc. And there are aspects that I've never seen in any previous war whatsoever. This aspect of mass incarceration. Every area the IDF goes into declares it. There's the aspect of mass incarceration and mass extermination. So every area the IDF goes into is immediately declared as, quote, extermination zone. That's a concept. If I mention that to any European, they would freak the hell out. They would be like, don't use that word. But that's the technical word or term that is used by the IDF. Any area the IDF goes into is immediately designated as an extermination zone. Any moving target in it, any moving soul is immediately deemed legitimate for targeting, incriminated, and therefore either killed, wounded, or immediately arrested. As you see the pictures that Dr. Mahmoud presented of hundreds and hundreds of people being displayed naked and put on a death march. There is the aspect of mass rape that has become systematic and a matter of routine. I have a friend in Gaza who's living in Denmark. He recently approached and he said, my brother was taken in Jabalia. He disappeared a week ago. We don't know anything about him. Is there a way to find out any information? And I said, okay, does your brother have any affiliation to Hamas? He said, no, absolutely not. And I asked the second question was, what does your brother do for a living? And he said, he's a journalist. My heart immediately sank because I know for a fact Israeli soldiers, they single out doctors and journalists for additional torture. Because if they can manage to break them, then it makes some good propaganda material. If they don't, then it's good to get rid of them. That's why you see historic targeting of doctors and journalists and humanitarian workers. In terms of mass starvation as well, I have a colleague of Ahmed and I in Gaza, Nada, who got a child a month before the war started. Now her son is only 1 year old, Malik. And at some point she wrote me a message, quite literally, saying, Muhammad, we ran out of drinking water. We barely have salty water left, undrinkable water. And she was asking for practical advice. She says, I cannot breastfeed anymore. What should I do when my son dies in order to not go insane? How do I keep my sanity when my son starves to death in front of my eyes? Literally asking for practical advice. And I've never seen anything like this. And if you take someone like Joseph Borrell of the EU, he describes it as the worst humanitarian crisis in the world since the Second World War. So this is leading to what I wanted to talk about, is basically, how do you have that ginormous mountain of evidence that is showing unprecedented atrocities on a mass scale, on an industrial scale, and then you have a Western audience that's so complacent, so ignorant, and so okay with it, whether on government level or media level or even with the public? How do these two worlds exist or coexist together? And that is the topic of the solving the conflict with potato salad and salmon fish, is that for the last year, since the war started, I've been invited to dozens and dozens of those meetings. I believe I suffer from something called the Forrest Gump syndrome, always the wrong man at the right table. I'm not sure why they keep inviting me, but it's basically meetings with European governments, with different foreign ministries, with European leaders. And it's always to discuss topics that are so grim and dark in a 5-star hotel with a 5-course Michelin star meal. It's incredibly schizophrenic in the setting itself. Basically, almost every time they ask me to kick off the dinner discussion. So they say, okay, start the dinner discussion and tell us what is happening there from a bottom-up perspective. Tell us what your family is saying, what your friends, and the political analysis. And I describe that to them in very superficial details, because you don't want to freak white people out. If you describe death, if you say Israeli tanks are running over children, women, and men and elderly and crushing them and turning them into mush, quite literally, in the hundreds, living and dead, and Israeli soldiers are bragging about it. There was an article in CNN that said Israeli soldiers cannot eat meat anymore. And it was about some traumatized Israeli teenagers, the way they are portrayed. And one of them, he says, I cannot eat meat anymore because I see in Gaza meat everywhere. And what he describes as meat are basically the bodies of people that he crushed with a tank into mush, and the bodies that are left to rot in the open, to be eaten by cats and dogs. So if I describe those details to white people, it'll give them post-traumatic stress disorder. They would need immediate psychiatric help. So I would describe it in very superficial detail. And then the meal is put in front of you. Right when you speak about your family being starved to death, it's quite schizophrenic. Most of the time, I end up not eating any of it, barely having a taste, and that's it. But there is another level of schizophrenia in the way that you have this mountain of evidence of atrocities, and the way people in front of you are deliberately ignorant or deliberately dumb or pretending to be both. And that is why I became very interested in understanding how can they be either brainwashed or so cynical to deny reality that is unfolding in front of their eyes, televised and live streamed. And that is the basic tenets of Israeli propaganda, is basically what is the role of the Israeli hasbara or propaganda machine. I think the first thing to start with, the most remarkable observation, is that Israeli propaganda right now during this war has been the most disastrous it's ever been. And I heard it from a lot of Israelis who would say, Ilan Levy, the spokesperson of Netanyahu, that guy's a clown. Admiral General Daniel Hagari, the guy who was pointing at the calendar and saying, look, we have a list of Hamas terrorists. It's the days of the week, Monday, Saturday. If Monday is a terrorist, you can go ahead and kill Monday. I would be absolutely delighted. But so basically, Israelis are embarrassed by their chief propagandists. They say, Daniel Hagari, he's an idiot. Ilan Levy is a clown. This guy is a schmuck. They don't know what they're talking about. And that's what's been very fascinating to me. How is Israeli propaganda such garbage, but is very persuasive to a Western audience? At some point, an Israeli ambassador in a European country, he was hosted on national television in a debate, and he prepared very well for it. You can see meticulous preparation. So he started talking and spinning things around and presenting Israel with the usual narrative that Israelis are not just the victims, but they are the only victims, the only. That is the emphasis. But then he was asked one question at the end after such brilliant, eloquent presentation. He was asked, okay, so after you destroy Hamas and after you denazify Gaza and de-radicalize its people and you do all the fancy things that you just described, will Israel agree to a two-state solution? And the guy, sorry, excuse my French, he shit his pants immediately. He didn't have an answer because he knows if he says, yes, we will support a two-state solution, Netanyahu will fire him immediately. He would not have a job. And he wouldn't have a job in any Israeli company or government role anymore, because it is political suicide right now in Israel to say we support the two-state solution. That's why in the Israeli Knesset, you had a vote. Europeans, when they tell me, Palestinian political parties are letting their people down because they're very radical and hardline, I always respond sarcastically by saying, yeah, you know what? Hamas right now, Hamas, your worst nightmare, is way more pragmatic, politically speaking, than Israel's left-wing Labor Party. And I will qualify that argument. In the Israeli Knesset, they put up a vote, and the vote is on a resolution saying we completely oppose Palestinian statehood unconditionally, under any circumstances at all. And who voted for that resolution? 69 Israeli members of Knesset. There is 120 of them. And who opposes it? Nine members. Who are the 9? The Arab members of the Knesset. Not a single Israeli political party, not even the very, very left-wing guys, voted for a Palestinian state. They said, no, that's too much. It's political suicide. If we say we support a Palestinian state, we will not get any votes anymore. So you have this garbage propaganda that is shooting itself in the foot because of how extreme the Israeli discourse has become. And at the same time, it's still working. So it's a little bit maddening. And I tried to understand, and the more you dig, I got to a point of sort of obsession. So every day I developed a very toxic routine. I don't recommend it to anybody. I read every single Israeli newspaper twice. There's 16 of them. It's once in the morning for 2 hours, once in the evening for 2 hours. It's very, very painful, not because it's Israeli media, but it's because it's extremely dull and boring. You have to read the same thing over and over and over again. Because in order to understand propaganda, you need to first understand what are they exactly trying to sell? What is the message they're trying to push? And there I discovered also a very interesting layer of schizophrenia, because there is plenty of information in Israeli media itself that is the complete opposite of what Western media is selling. So you have Western media that's become way more pro-Israeli than Israelis themselves. For example, if you open any Israeli newspaper at all, at any given day, and Google the term Northern Gaza, North Gaza, you will find Israeli media immediately and explicitly and honestly saying, the operation in Northern Gaza has nothing to do with Hamas. It's about kicking every single soul in Northern Gaza out. If you open Channel 12, they will say, as early as August, they say, ethnic cleansing Northern Gaza is, quote, the center of the psychological warfare. And they go on to explicitly say, this has nothing to do with Hamas. This is about kicking every civilian out to pressure the general Palestinian population in Gaza and bring them into surrender and submission, to give up. And they say this pressures Hamas, of course, because once you go after civilians, Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric, civilians will pressure Hamas in turn. So they are literally describing a terrorist strategy. Terrorism is going after civilians for political purposes. Open any Western media at all and Google Northern Gaza. You'd say, yeah, Israel is engaging in warfare against Hamas in the north of Gaza. But okay, warfare. Try to look up any battles. Like since that war started, is anyone here in the room familiar with any battles? In the Second World War, you had the Normandy, you had Dresden, you had other famous battles. Is there a single famous battle in Gaza? There's none, zero. Since the beginning of the war until now, you have guerrilla warfare, sort of hit and run attacks, because Palestinian or Hamas militants are way overpowered by Israel. So they just lay ambushes. They ambush the IDF here and there, but there are no battles. There is no warfare. It's just a genocide. If you open any Israeli newspaper, you will find daily Israeli journalists berating and blaming Netanyahu, saying, Netanyahu is ruining the ceasefire talks. Netanyahu is abandoning the hostages. Then open any Western media, and you will find the exact opposite. Just listen to any briefing in the White House. You will see basically Americans saying, Hamas is rejecting all the ceasefire proposals. Israel agreed to all of them. None of that is working. I was in Geneva a couple of weeks ago. There was an American ambassador, and he genuinely, the guy was honest. He genuinely said, There are 3 ceasefire proposals on the table. Hamas is rejecting all of them. The Israelis accepted all of them. Hamas is the reason to blame. Gazans are suffering horrendously. I sympathize, but it's Hamas to blame because they are rejecting the ceasefire. And I interjected and I said, with all due respect, whoever told you this is lying to you. And him and I, we had a heated debate. There was a guy in the room who was Israeli. The Israeli guy stood up and said, Muhammad is right, you're wrong. Netanyahu is rejecting the ceasefires, not Hamas. So the Biden administration is lying to you. So there is schizophrenia there as well. But there is that role of Israeli propaganda, the first one. I will elaborate on 4 very briefly. The first role is to provide excuses for these Western media outlets, excuses that they don't provide in Israeli media. So for example, if you look at the incident of Hind Rajab, she was killed by over 300 bullets in a car. The whole thing is documented. She was making a phone call to the Red Crescent saying, please come and save me, please come and help. I see the tank right next to me. And her cousin called moments before. You can hear the gunshots of the Israeli tanks. An ambulance went there. The IDF bombed the ambulance with a US-made missile, heat missile. The missile fragments are there with the full serial number. Satellite imagery showed the IDF was stationed in that area. Now turn to the White House and ask, how do you feel about the murder of Hind Rajab? How do you feel about butchering a whole family in a car by the IDF with more than 300 bullets? They would say it never happened because Israel told us that the IDF was never in that area. Just as simple as that. And you will find someone like Matthew Miller, the spokesperson of the State Department, saying, yeah, Israel told us this. Palestinians are saying that. These are 2 equal narratives. That's why we call on Israel itself to investigate. And Israel should be given enough time to investigate until we have forgotten about this whole thing altogether. Since the genocide started, the IDF opened 80 investigations. The IDF, the military attorney general, she opened 80 investigations into soldiers' conduct that led only to 15 indictments or actual trials. And all 15 were about soldiers stealing a pistol here, a gun here, nothing with Gaza. There were only 2 soldiers since the genocide started, only 2 Israeli soldiers that were imprisoned. One of them was imprisoned, I think, or 2 of them were imprisoned for about 2 weeks. And that was for heating up sausages on Shabbat, on a holy Shabbat, using fire in a kosher kitchen, which is forbidden under religious Jewish law. So they were detained and imprisoned for that for about 2 weeks, heating up sausages. The second soldier, he was imprisoned for 20 days, and it was for putting a living frog in a microwave and microwaving it alive. And the judge says in the sentencing, quite literally, those people are insane. The judge says, this incident shows a tendency for human cruelty. Therefore, I sentence him to 20 days in prison. Human cruelty for putting a frog in a microwave. Nothing about Gaza. So all those investigations are fraud, but Israeli propaganda provides an excuse for those dumb spokespeople of European and Western governments to present narratives as equal and say Israel's narrative is this. That's why we need Israel to investigate itself and put another soldier in prison for boiling a frog. The second issue is to create a shock when Israelis go on the offensive with what is being done to them. The shock is always about what's happening to Israel, not what Israel is trying to do to Palestinians. And the shock, it goes with the October 7th Israeli narrative, is that it was the biggest atrocity against Jewish people since the Holocaust, and biggest since the Nazi Holocaust, and the deadliest day in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. If you open Piers Morgan on any given day of the week, you will find the same two talking points. Biggest massacre against Jews since Holocaust, and the biggest atrocity in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in one day. Both of them are completely false. The biggest massacre against Jews since the Nazi Holocaust was in Argentina in the 70s. It was called the Dirty Wars, and there were 300,000 Jews that were killed in that massacre. The biggest massacre in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in one day is Sabra and Shatila, about 2,000 people that were killed in the most gruesome way in a refugee camp in Lebanon. But these talking points persist. the guy that does not, the only guy in Israel that is very explicit behind closed doors and says, no, October 7th was not another Holocaust. You know who that guy is? That's Benjamin Netanyahu himself. Because when hostage families go to meet him and they yell at him, this was the worst massacres in the Holocaust and you're responsible for it. He's told them explicitly, you'll find it in Israeli media, never in Western media. He says, no, this does not compare to the Holocaust in any way at all. That's Netanyahu, but it's to vindicate himself. He says, if it was another Holocaust, you will need at least 5,000 people to be killed every single day forever for the next 4 or 5 years. This was nothing like the Holocaust. It was a massacre, but it's not the same. Don't compare the two. That's Netanyahu saying it. But in Western media, you see that narrative of the shock, relying on Israeli propaganda. There's also the third element that Dr. Mahmoud elaborated earlier with casting doubt. So you basically need to make people second guess what is happening, second guess what they can see with their own eyes and ears. So with the example of Palestinians being stripped naked and shuttled on a death march to an Israeli concentration camp, the State Ayman, most infamous torture camp, you will have people second guessing that maybe those detainees are Hamas. Why is the IDF doing such cruelty to Palestinian civilians? There must be a reason. They must have done something wrong. And that's the Israeli narrative with cliches and buzzwords like human shields, for example. So at some point I was sitting at a meeting, I think Yusuf was there with me. I was sitting at a meeting in a European capital, and the guy was sitting next to me. He was a director in the NATO. He was an American general. He said that he appears regularly on a channel called Al Mayadeen in Lebanon, and they refer to him as the white bald devil. He doesn't have any hair, and he speaks like a devil. So basically, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was like, yeah, human shields, human shields, human shields, human shields. And then I said, nah, with all due respect, this is garbage. I lived in Gaza my entire life. I read human rights reports meticulously. And in all my life in Gaza, I've never seen a single incident where Hamas would force people or redirect the movement of people to render immune certain military targets and prevent their bombing. You have Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Israel's own ambulance service. It's called the Magan Adom. And journalists from the BBC like Jeremy Bowen, of course, it's always one guy here and one there. It's never the actual BBC in its entirety. And you have the Independent, the British newspaper. All of them, they had reportings on previous wars in Gaza in which they said there is no evidence, zero evidence of Hamas using Palestinians as human shields. And as soon as I say that to the white bald devil next to me, after the session is over, he comes to me and he says, no, but that's not what we mean by human shields. We don't refer to the legal definition because the legal definition is abstract and ambiguous. What we mean is a political definition, which is another word for saying I'm bullshitting. So I say, okay, what is the political definition? And there's no answer because there's no definition. Because once you define something, you will debunk Israeli propaganda by saying, nah, this is not actually the case. Now with human shielding in this war in Gaza, Israel invented a new level of human shielding. Basically on, for example, let's say Khan Yunis, the IDF would drop leaflets on top of the whole city, telling people evacuate, run to the Mawasi area, a very, very tiny area at the beach. And as soon as they drop this leaflet on people, they consider the entirety of Khan Yunis a legitimate target, and every single person that's left there as a human shield. Because if they didn't leave, then either they are protecting Hamas assets or Hamas is forcing them to stay there. Therefore, in the eyes of the IDF, it becomes legitimate to bomb the shit out of Khan Yunis, all of it, because Khan Yunis is basically one big human shield. There's the last element, the most important of this propaganda, is basically to tire people out, to present the topic as complicated, although it's the most uncomplicated conflict in the entire world. It's a topic of an apartheid regime that wants the maximum amount of land with the least amount of Palestinians. End of the story. But there's the Israeli strategy, also carried out by Western governments and media, to tire you out, to say that this conflict is too complex to even bother with investing any thought or energy in it. Don't bother, it's too complicated. And that is the one that works the most on Western audiences, And I heard it from a lot of people, whether people on the street or even public officials. Like at some point I met a top EU leader, one of the very top guys. And he says, as soon as I got into office, my advisors and directors, they told me, don't bother with the Israeli-Palestinian topic. It's too complicated. You're going to burn a lot of political capital. You will burn a lot of energy. You will not get far. You will not achieve a lot. Just leave it. Things, they are okay. They can live with it. Let's focus on more important issues. And he said, yeah, I decided to play along. I was convinced it is too much to put any energy into. And that is basically the very core of Israeli propaganda, is not to convince you of what Israel's case is. It's not to make you sympathize with Israel, but it's basically to exhaust you with mental gymnastics that would push you to say, nah, this topic is too much. Let's move on. And you see this fatigue in Western capitals very vividly, of people saying, those people, they've been killing each other for as long as I've existed. This conflict is older than me. Why should I bother anymore? They can carry on with this. This is a clash of civilizations. It's too much. I shouldn't invest much energy into that. And that's the sentiment that is the most dangerous, and the sentiment that is the most deliberate with Israel. Now, if you try to follow the Israeli discourse in English, the propaganda discourse to Western audiences, you will find Israelis saying, they don't try to push back and say, this is a lie, because there's video footage of it. They would say, no, this is too simplistic. This is simplifying the conflict. This is a very complicated topic. It's not as simple as that. And that complicated aspect, there's another dimension to it, of all these four pillars of Israeli propaganda: the shock, the doubt, the complication, and the excuses. All of them lead to an atmosphere of fear in Western countries. And I've seen that fear not just with people, I've seen it with government officials and government leaders, the people that are literally in charge of our lives. Did any of you ever watch the movie Don't Look Up? The one with Leonardo DiCaprio? It's basically a movie that shows you that governments are just purely idiotic, incompetent, and fucked up. Sorry for my French again. You go to a meeting with the most sophisticated Central European governments like Britain or Germany, and you expect that country has the greatest amount of GDP in the world after the US and China and whatever, and they have a very sophisticated intelligence community, very sophisticated government machinery. And you sit in the room and you get the question of saying, why do Palestinians support October 7th? The guy always asking the question has to be leaning this way and being very confident. So tell me, why do Palestinians support October 7th? Is it because Palestinians are ISIS and Muslim Brotherhood? And basically that was a question I got from the British Foreign Ministry. I was like, maybe because they're Palestinian. And you meet a huge level of incompetence and idiocy that is unimaginable. But basically underneath that idiocy is basically fear. They are deliberately dumb. They are deliberately ignorant. So I went to Germany at January this year for meetings with the foreign ministry and different political parties and think tanks. And I met three kinds of people. The first one was the ignorant. People who don't know, and at the same time, they don't want to know. That's the important thing. They don't want to know. They want to stay in the dark. So basically, a guy comes up to me and he says, yeah, you know what? I think the only reason Israel maintains an occupation is security. And I say, I know 500,000 Israeli settlers would disagree with you. And you couldn't convince them of that point. We sit down for lunch and I talk with other people, and we try to explain the whole conflict to him. And then I ask, okay, so what do you do for a living? And he says, I'm in charge of the Palestine desk at the foreign ministry. Oh, fuck. That's brilliant. Yep, so that's the first kind, people who don't know and don't want to know. The second kind is people that are silenced. That's the remarkable thing, is that I go to these meetings with a huge amount of preparation to debunk Israeli talking points. To be a Palestinian in Europe, you need to have a photographic memory, an encyclopedic mind. You need to be able to be like a magician, to summon dates and numbers and statistics and figures and quotes verbatim all the time at the tip of your tongue. And I go to these meetings with that mentality that I'm going to go there and convince a brainwashed lunatic that what Israel is telling you is false. And the second kind of people I meet is people who know that it's false and they know everything that's happening. So I went for a meeting with a guy at the German Foreign Ministry. He was one of the top officials there. These meetings are Chatham House rules. So usually I'm not allowed to say who, but basically it's one of the top 3. And we sit down in his office, very genuine guy, very decent. We were 6 people. We take turns. Each one of us will give a presentation. As I said, a topic you spend years on, you have 2 minutes and you present, and then the next person, and he's supposed to jump in at the very end of it and give his feedback. So I was the second to speak. And after I finished, he stops the third person. He says, no, sorry that I interrupted. I just need to tell something to Muhammad. And he comes close and looks into my eyes and says, Muhammad, I want you to know that when I learned that Israel bombed your home in Gaza, that's when the war became personal to me. And I'm still shocked by that statement, because I've only met that guy once in my life at a conference where I said something that he liked by divine intervention. So why would I be the person that mattered the most to him, that as soon as he heard that Israel inflicted pain on me, the war became personal to him? I was very struck by this. And then the meeting continues, and he says, I agree with everything that was said in the room. There's very, very little that I disagree with. He was even more critical of Israel than some of the people in the room. One of the people said that Germany has been very supportive of Israel, therefore you should use the bear hug. The bear hug is basically soft diplomacy. You go and whisper into Netanyahu's ears and say, please, 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 kill fewer people. Instead of 1,000, bring it down to 500. It's like haggling in a shop in Basar Seni. 500 instead of 1,000, quite literally. I will come to that in a second again. So basically, one of the people says, use the bear hug diplomacy. And the German official, he says, no, it doesn't work. As soon as we use it, Israelis become very aggressive to us, and they start attacking us in the room and says, Nazi history, Nazi history, Nazi history. It doesn't work. Israelis don't listen. So I get very surprised. That guy is the real deal. As they say in the US, they say he's the real McCoy. He's genuine. Okay. He's very decent and very sympathetic. At the end of the meeting, then he says, yeah, by the way, I cannot say any of that publicly, and I cannot do anything about this. And that's the second kind of people who know what's happening completely, but they cannot say any of it publicly. I've seen it also with, for example, I was in Geneva with the Swiss diplomat, and that Swiss diplomat is in charge of the Middle East region. It's their job. And basically, they say to me at the dinner table, again, the Forrest Gump syndrome. I'm not sure why of all people they seated me next to her. Maybe they wanted me to annoy the shit out of her. But they basically, I tried to discuss what's happening, and she's very frustrated at Israel. Now I revealed the gender. That's going to make it easier to identify. But basically, she says that, yeah, you know what? Our statements are coming from Israel itself. And I'm very upset. I tell our poor staff, we have our own embassy. We have our own desk office on Israel-Palestine. Why don't we formulate our own talking points? Why do our talking points have to come from Israel? So she's critical as well. I get very impressed. I'm like, you're the real deal. And then she says, no, wait a second. Don't get too excited. If I say any of this publicly, she literally says this quote verbatim. She says, if I say any of this publicly, are those pro-Israeli billionaires and millionaires in Switzerland with a lot of money, if I say any of that publicly, they will go after me. They will give a little bit of money to some media channels and to some NGOs, and they will push members of the parliament to summon me for interrogations. And I will not only lose my current job, she said, I will literally never get a job, not even at the post office, not even at a supermarket. So there is that atmosphere of fear. And then, so the second people is the people that are silenced. The first people are the people that are dumb and ignorant, and they enjoy being ignorant. And the third people, there's no other way to put it, but people that are evil as hell. People who know what's happening. They know it in vivid detail. And then I would respect if they stay silent, because I understand the pressure. But no. They go out of their way to lie and make up things that Israel itself did not make. So, for example, and I'm going to ruin a lot of relationships and burn a lot of bridges. I don't think I'm going to be invited to any of these meetings again. But I'll give an example. The German foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, one of the, like very easily, one of the worst people I could imagine. She's from the Green Party, so left wing. But in Germany, green and left wing, it means vegetarian vampires, if you can process that. So at some point, she was giving a lecture, and one of the questions she get was about Palestinians being murdered on an industrial scale, being raped every day, being humiliated. And she says, "How dare you? Didn't you see the video footage of Hamas militants gang raping Israeli women? They shot it on camera. There is a video of it." And Israel itself says there's no video. They say there are only victim testimonies. And she knows there's no video. And she's surrounded by a circle of very, very knowledgeable advisors. I know some of them. They inform her constantly on what's happening. So why would she go out of her way to make up shit that even Israel itself doesn't make up? Another example. So she goes to Israel on a visit, on an official visit to meet Netanyahu. And in that visit, I have it on good word of a top European official. He told me every single time she goes to Israel, she goes to Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, the former one, and Benny Gantz, the war minister at the time. And she goes there and she says this, "Please, please, please, kill fewer Gazans. Keep the killing, just kill a little bit fewer." Literally, that's what the European top official told me. And he was very emphatic on that point. He says every single time she goes, and that was his body language. He said she goes and she says, "Please," I cannot do his accent, but I can do the body language. "Please, please, please, kill fewer people." And that's exactly the deal that she strikes. She tells the Israelis, instead of 1,000, keep it below 100. As long as there's 100 people killed per day, we're going to be okay with it. 100 people being killed in a single day. In the 2014 war, we called that the Black Friday in Rafah. There were huge amounts of human rights reports on that day in particular because 100 people were killed in it. But now for Germany, that's very nice. So basically, she goes to Israel on the first visit, and she goes there, she leads what is called feminist-led foreign policy, which doesn't mean anything, fraud. And she leads human rights-led foreign policy. I'm still waiting to understand what that means. I sent questions to them to say, what does feminist-led foreign policy mean? I never got the answer. But basically, she goes there and she says, she goes to Israel at the exact same moment that women in Gaza, in their 20s, very young women, were having their uteruses removed, amputated, to stop post-birth bleeding without anesthesia. So they have to open her stomach up and cut off her womb so she can never get pregnant again because they don't have any medication to stop the bleeding. It's pure torture. She leads a feminist-led foreign policy at the exact same time that this is happening. And she goes to Israel. And I sent to her advisor, I contacted him and I was informing him on what's happening. And she goes to Israel at that exact same point. Again, feminist-led foreign policy, women in their 20s having their uteruses removed without anesthesia to stop post-birth bleeding. So what do you think she wrote on Twitter after that? Try to take a guess. I need a deep breath. Basically, she writes this. She says, I genuinely believe, not even I think, I genuinely believe, I'm paraphrasing, but that was the essence of it. He says, I genuinely believe Israel deeply cares about the civilian population in Gaza. This is what distinguishes the humanity of the Israelis from the monsters they are fighting against. Literally. And that's the third kind of people that are just psychopathic, outright sociopath. They know exactly what's happening, but they go out of their way to make up lies that Israel itself doesn't bother to make up. And at some point I went to meet, and that's the last point I will conclude with, I was in a meeting with a top European official, and in the preparation for that meeting, I spent days calling virtually anyone that his name crossed my mind or her name. I was calling a lot of experts, and I was saying, okay, I'm going to meet this guy. Maybe if I convince him of our case, maybe something can change. Maybe he can do things differently. I call Israeli members of the Knesset, Arab Israeli members of the Knesset, people in the Palestinian Authority, people in Gaza, people around Europe, people in the US. I tried to connect with as many people as I could to prepare and prepare and prepare and prepare for what can I tell that guy in the 2 minutes they would give me. And in that meeting, they give me also half an hour because I think the guy forgot his stopwatch. He just says, go ahead. And it was a lunch arrangement. So I have him in a very good mood. He's just enjoying potato salad and salmon fish, having a good time. I have his ear. And he starts talking first. And I get very shocked because the first thing he starts with, he says, this is Chatham House rules, right? I say, yes. So none of this will get out, okay? Yes, this stays in the rule. And he says, we are completely irrelevant. And then he takes his iPad out and he circles it around the table. And he says, look at this. And people are looking. It's people from foreign ministries, different foreign ministries, and from the offices of prime ministers. And it's satellite imagery that the EU is collecting on Gaza, satellite images, neighborhood by neighborhood, block by block, street by street. And none of it is there anymore. When it's my turn to look at the iPad, I try genuinely. I try to check maybe my neighborhood is amongst them. And I try to zoom in and zoom in and zoom in. And there's nothing identifiable, complete rubble, basically wiped out. And that's exactly what he says. He says what Israel is trying to do in Gaza is to wipe it out completely, to make sure that if the war stops today, there's no possibility for organized human life in Gaza anymore. And he says Israel is trying to push people out. As soon as the war ends, they want everyone to leave. And then he goes on to say, we Europeans, 80% of European governments are completely complicit in this. 80% of European governments, they want Israel to do whatever they want. They will keep saying publicly, we support a ceasefire, we support a ceasefire. They will not do anything about it. It's only 20%. So that's basically Ireland, Belgium, and Spain, maybe Slovenia. Not so sure. You have to check. It depends on the day and the weather. If it's too much winter and snow, they get depressed. But basically, he says 80% are complicit and they want to stay complicit and they're not going to do anything differently. And they are giving Israel a blank check. And he says, Europeans are hypocrites. When we want to impose sanctions on Israeli settlers, we wanted to impose sanctions on 12 settlers, 1, 2, only 12. And the negotiations, they kept lowering the numbers down and lowering it down until it went down to 3. And then European governments, they said, no. If you impose sanctions on Israeli settlers, you might insinuate falsely that Israel is not the victim and Israel is the aggressor. Therefore, you need to also impose sanctions on Hamas. But the EU already sanctioned Hamas. There's nobody left that they didn't sanction. So they start scraping in the bottom of the barrel and looking up who's left that we can sanction. And then he tells us that in the negotiations, European governments, they insisted, first you sanction Hamas, and you sanction 3 times as Hamas leaders as settlers. So if you sanction 1 settler, there should be 3 Hamas leaders, because there is no equivalence between those Palestinian savages and Israeli enlightened children of the light. And they say you need to sanction Hamas on a separate day and settlers many days after, so that there is no mere doubt of equivalence between the two. And then he says that when we publish any statement, European governments are always very careful. We always say Gazans are starving. We never say Israel is starving Gazans. And he says this is very deliberate, because if we say Israel is starving Gazans or Gazans are being starved, it carries a legal responsibility on these European governments to act, to do something differently. So he says, no. We enjoy, he's not one of them, or he's trying to present himself as different, but he says European governments, they insist on this passive voice. Gazans are starving, Gazans are dying, so that they don't have to do anything about it. And the conversation goes on and on and on like that. And I get very shocked because I had prepared for weeks and weeks and weeks. Now it's my turn to speak. What can I say to the guy? He said it all. He's like the most pro-Palestinian person I can imagine in Europe, the greatest ally you can have. So I asked him, okay, what can you do differently? And he says, no, we cannot do anything. We are completely irrelevant, remember? So we can only do humanitarian. We can send aid. And he says, we Europeans, we are very kind. We will give Palestinians, we will give Israel the bombs in the morning, and then in the evening, we give Palestinian bandages and plasters for the bombs we gave Israel. So he's very critical himself. Okay, so I say, okay. So my reaction, I told him, you're proving Hamas right. I, as a person from Gaza, my entire life, I've been very critical of Hamas. I come from a family that is ideologically independent and never affiliated with Hamas or any other political party. But in that room, you're convincing me that Hamas is right. And he says, how? I said, basically, you said there is no other thing that Palestinians can do. Because that's literally Hamas's message, is saying, we tried nonviolence, the Great March of Return. Israel, they took pot shots. They wounded 43,000 people. Every week, 100,000 would go to the border bare-chested and just stand there and get shot. We tried diplomacy. Israel calls us diplomatic terrorists, terrorists in suit. We try sanctions. It's economic terrorism. Hunger strikes, that's terrorism in prison. Building construction in Area C, that's construction terrorism. So I asked him, okay, if you were a Palestinian, I want your years of wisdom. You're a very smart guy. You're very genuine. If you were a Palestinian, what would you do? What should we do as Palestinians? And this is off the record. I'm not going to go out of the room and say, this guy told me this. What should Palestinians do? The first 2 times he doesn't answer. He skips the question. The third time I ask him, he resigns in his chair like this in despair. And he sighs a long sigh of desperation. And he starts muttering. He says, nah, they tried this, they tried that, it didn't work. And then he says, I don't know. I don't know. There's nothing Palestinians can do that I can think of. I don't know. And he, like, it was almost subconscious. He just kept repeating, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. And that was it. So, okay, if there's nothing else that we can do, we're basically pushing Hamas's message, because Hamas's message is basically saying, we're going to die anyways. Our life is a living hell. So why not just die fighting? And as long as you don't offer any other message instead of this one, this is the only thing Palestinians will keep trying, because you are saying there's nothing else that we can do. After this discussion, I get very excited and I expect him to go out. I tell him a lot of personal stories from Gaza. People in the room had, because I described it a little less superficial than usual. I just said I had a friend who died, and then people had tears in their eyes. And then I stopped. I was like, I don't want to traumatize the Europeans. But I expected him to go and do things differently. I told him, well, basically, if you're sending humanitarian aid to Gaza, send bulldozers in to remove the rubble, because there are 10,000 people stuck under the rubble of their homes. In Gaza, there's a very, very thick stench of death everywhere, decomposing bodies. Basically, I know people, for example, a very old woman who put up a tent on top of her destroyed home, and she would go out every morning and call after her kids in the morning, Nabil, Usama, and she would call nonstop, hoping to get a sign of life for months. There's nothing that she can do to get even their bodies out. So I say, send bulldozers in. And he says, no, we cannot. I say, go and visit Gaza. He says, Israel will not allow me in. So I say, okay, speak up. When you are in front of the media, your statements matter a lot. They resonate with people in Gaza. They give them a little bit of hope. If we know that our loved ones in Gaza are going to die anyways, let them die with a measure of hope. Speak up. And he says, yeah, I will try. And I meet him again in the same month at the end of it. And we repeat the same private discussion, but this time, and that's the last sentence, there's a twist to it. After our discussion, he's supposed to go in a room with a lot of media cameras and brief them about what our meeting was about. We were a meeting of, I think, 24 people from civil society and politics and whatever. And he's very convinced of everything that was said. So he goes to that room. right before he left, he went on a rant for 5 minutes, berating and blaming Israel nonstop. Then he goes into the room, back arched, stands up, and he says, we support the Palestinians' right to self-determination, and we support negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians for peace, and we support a ceasefire. So all of it is in abstract. None of the things that he said in the room. And that's the whole role of Israeli propaganda, is basically to frighten those people so that everything they know, they don't dare to say publicly, because of the machinery that will try to put them out of jobs so that they can never even find a job at a supermarket. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Muhammad Shahada, for a very impressive and insightful presentation. So our next presenter before the Jum'ah prayer, inshallah, will be Dr. Muhammad Al-Shobaki. He has a PhD in Sharia law from the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He will discuss about the international responsibility for the crime of genocide committed in the Gaza Strip under the international law. Please welcome Dr. Muhammad Al-Shobaki.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Okay. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. This is rush time. Everyone want to go to eat something before Salat and also to pray Salat Jum'ah. I will try to be fast. However, the topic is not complicated but quite large topic. When we are talking about legal aspects, it's long issue to discuss. We have many instruments, many conventions, many statutes from international law. However, Israeli didn't follow anyone, okay, and is still continuing ongoing crimes, atrocities in Gaza. So I will try to be fast, inshallah. Can I move? Can I use that? Yes. This one, huh? Okay, so my paper mainly aim to investigate whether Israeli occupation and crime, especially atrocities and crime since October 7, meet the criteria of genocide. So I discussed the genocide from legal perspective. The second one, I wanted to distinguish between two different responsibility. We have state responsibility under ICJ, International Court of Justice, in which South Africa filed lawsuit to ICJ. And we have another side or another responsibility, we call it individual criminal responsibility by ICC, which is International Criminal Court. So my paper mainly focus on three issues: whether Israeli committed or the description of the crimes considered genocide. And then I differentiate between the two different aspects of responsibility. So these outlines, we have to know the concept of genocide. What are the elements that constitute genocide according to international law, and the Israeli crimes in Gaza Strip. After that, discuss two different responsibilities. The first one is state responsibility according to according to Genocide Convention 1948. And then at the end, responsibility for individual according to Rome Statute of ICC 1998. For the concept of genocide this term coined in 1944 by Raphael Lemkin. He wanted to explain the massacres against Jews, by the way. And then they created the word of genocide. However, Israeli right now committing all the genocide crime in Gaza. The term genocide means genome. This comes from Greek, means genos, means race or tribe, and the Latin word side means killing. Okay, so together come to be the killing of group or the race or tribes. So according to international law, they call genocide crime of crimes because this is the most dangerous and serious crime under international law. The genocide old as history, but the law consider young because we started to have the law to punish on the genocide on 1948 by Genocide Convention, and also after that continued by Rome Statute 1998. For the exact concept of genocide, because usually politically we use this term, but legally we have specific acts. We call it prohibited acts according to Genocide Convention and also ICC. This is the definition. Any of the following act committed with intention. This one we call it specific or special intention. To destroy in whole or in part national, ethical, racial, or religious group. So to have genocide is different from war crimes. War crimes, killing anyone, constitute war crime. But in order to mention the word of genocide legally, we should or we must have the specific intention, destruction of the group in part or in whole. Okay, with these five only acts. The first one, killing member of group. The second one, causing serious bodily or mental harm to member of the group. Number 3, deliberately inflicting on the group condition of life, calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And after that, imposing measures to prevent birth within the group and forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. So if we look at all these elements, okay, I would try to be faster. So we have violation according to this article. We have 3 elements. The first one, the prohibited acts, which is 5, as I did mention just now. The second part or the second element, this offense must be directed to against protected people, protected group, nationally, ethically or religiously group. Number 3, the specific intention, or we call it genocidal intent. Okay, so we have to test. I test this in my paper. Later, inshallah, you can see the paper in the journal after they publish it. Okay, in terms of the prohibited acts, killing member of the group. Until yesterday, Israeli killed more than 44,000 of Palestinians. Okay, and wounded more than 100,000, more than 10,000 under the rubble. So we have very clear killing of the group and with intention to destruct. How to know that? From the statements of Israeli, as I will show you after this. Number 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm to member of the group. Israeli committed many types of crime causing serious bodily and mental harm. I didn't choose this is roughly, but this is mentioned in ICC and Genocide Convention acts to explain how any party or any member of the states or any country can cause serious bodily or mental harm to protected people. The first one is starvation. I will mention some facts straight away, as many statements from Israeli saying that there is no electricity, no food, no water, nothing for the Palestinian. And this quite recently, on 17 October 2024, UN-backed food security assist revealed that more than 1.8 million Palestinians in Gaza are experiencing extremely critical level of hunger. And this is very clear, starvation. And Israel used the starvation as a means of war and a means of genocide. Number 3, persecution is very general. According to ICC statute, persecution means intentionally and severe deprivation of fundamental rights contrary to international law. Very clear, Israeli deprived the Palestinians from the right to life by killing them, by right to housing, by destruction of their houses, by right also preventing them from right to healthcare by bombing the hospitals and clinics, and also even the tents. When they move from their house, disable them from the houses, they move to tents. It's not even protecting them from the winter and the cool. However, Israeli burning and also bomb the tents. in addition to besiege Gaza and disable them from the houses and treating them as a human animal, as mentioned by Yoav Galan at the beginning of the war. Number 3, deportation of the Palestinians, disabling them from houses. According to United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator in Gaza, more than 1.9 million Palestinian people are currently disabled in the Gaza Strip. So mostly more than 90% of the Palestinian. Detention of the Palestinian, more than 5,000 Palestinians under the Israeli arrested them. Thousands of them in fast disappearance for them, means Israeli take them without knowing their fate, and also their families do not know whether they're still alive or whether they are in the prison. This more than 5,000, that means we do not have specific statistics for that. Okay, maybe reach to more than 10,000. We do not. Torture of the Gazan, they use many ways to torture the Palestinian, especially when they jail them, arrest them, including violent shaking, beating them, and also the shackles. Many Palestinians, many hands of the Palestinian were cut off because of the shackles. Okay, this is not according to my statements. This even Israeli journal mentioned that, an Israeli doctor mentioned that. Repeatedly stripping them, electrocution means torture them by electricity, systematic starvation, preventing them from food, from sleeping, from medical care, and leashing the dogs against them, and other many ways. Torturing them even reached to the point of killing, according to Israeli journals, and also some ministers like Minister of Detainees and ex-detainees affairs in Gaza. They said at least, we do not know the specific number, 54 Palestinians were killed during this time in the prison. Sexual violence and rape. Independent International Commission recently in their report, September 2024, they did mention it clearly that at least 20 cases of sexual and gender-based violence against male and female detainees in 10 military Israeli prisons, including the most recent case, which went viral when a group of Israeli in Sidi Taiman prison took one Palestinian, and then they cover themselves using the armaments, and then they raped him. And this is viral. If you go online, you can see this video, very horrible video. So the sexual violence used also for punishment, and they did mention independent international commission. By the way, this commission established by Human Rights Council, which is one organ of United Nations. So this is very formal, It's not NGOs. It's very formal commission. They mention Israeli motivated by deep hatred against the Palestinian and desire to dehumanize them. It's very clear when they did mention at the beginning of the war, we are not fighting a human, we are fighting human animals. From very beginning, they dehumanize the Palestinian from the humanity. And after that, intentionally inflicting on the member or on the group condition of life. They make that life difficult by not necessarily restricted to deliberate deprivation of sources. They do not have a Palestinian now, they do not have the food, they do not have the water, even the medical services, and also systematic expulsion from homes. So at least 3 acts fulfilled. From my research, at least 3 acts fulfilled from the 5 acts of genocide. In terms of whether Palestinian protected group, yes, because they are national group and ethnic group. They are ethno-national group native to the region of Palestine. And according to independent commission, just I did mention to you just now, they mentioned that Gaza, West Bank, and West Jerusalem occupied area and belong to Palestinian. And according to advisor opinion from ICJ, also recently, when they mentioned the occupation in Palestine is illegal. Okay, so Palestinian protected group in Gaza. Number 3, specific intent. I did mention, I just wrote here because I'm doing one submission to ICC, by the way, and right now with my Aqsa Foundation from Malaysia. So I gathered more than 50 statements from Israeli showing the special intent of genocide. One of them, when the Yoav Galan mentioned, we will eliminate everything. Odi, one of the member of Knesset, he said, your children will die, your grandchildren will die. There won't be any Palestinian state. and also another one from Minister of National Missions of Israel. There are no Palestinian people, there are no such people. And they mention many statements showing the genocidal intent. Okay, so from this, it's very clear that Israeli committing genocide in Gaza. A few days ago, South Africa submitted around 500 pages to ICG to explain the genocide in Gaza. And this will take time because Israeli will respond in July 2025. That means our journey with ICG is very long, okay? So when we are talking we have now, after we explain the elements of genocide and the applicability of the elements in the crimes committed in Gaza, I want just differentiate between the two different responsibilities. The first one, we have state responsibility according to Genocide Convention 1948. This is the case of South Africa. So South Africa case not aimed to prosecute Israeli individual and punish them by capital punishment or imprisonment. No, it's only to mention there is responsibility for Israel as a state, between brackets, because we do not recognize Israel as a state, by the way. And this is the process I did mention. I don't want to repeat all the process. Just to mention to you, ICJ issued provisional measures during this time, during this war, starting from March 2024. And after that, also in April, in July, provisional measures to stop the genocide, or they said Israel must stop all the actions that could amount to genocide, because they didn't decide yet whether this is genocide or not. Starvation, about the operation in Rafah, if you remember also, Israeli didn't follow anything. When Algeria took this issue to Security Council, America used veto power, so everything failed. Okay, so this is just to know the procedure according to ICJ. 28 October, submission of South Africa, 500 pages. We are waiting for Israel to respond 28 July 2025. While the Israeli continuing killing the Palestinian, committing genocide. It's very long journey. Okay, so many countries decided to intervene, like Colombia, Nicaragua, Libya, Mexico, Palestine, Spain, Turkey, Chile, Maldives, and Bolivia. Malaysia, not part of them because Malaysia reserved some article which prevent them from joining this case, by the way. Okay. Important notes, this is about just ICJ. I don't want just to repeat all of this. I want to show you the picture. This is the Peace Palace. This is the place of ICJ, or the building of ICJ. And we have here 15 judges. It's not only 3 like local court. We have 15 judges. And this court, quite old court compared to ICC, because this court established in 1945 and then continuing doing the activities starting in 1946. Okay, so what we aim, what is the result, what would be the result of ICJ case to decide whether Israeli responsible or not? This number one. Number two, as Israeli or force Israeli, I do not know how they can force Israel, but they will call Israel to halt and stop the genocide, and also providing reparation. Reparation means restitution, return the situation, the first stage as the crime didn't exist at all, and compensation, paying compensation. So we can say ICJ is civil court, not criminal court. At the end, they will decide to stop the action, give the people some money, and that's all. Okay, but it's quite important for us to prove the genocide against Israel and take all the evidence from ICJ and go to ICC. Okay, so this considered stage to go to ICC. And also, they can raise all the cases to all the results to Security Council, but we know what will happen if the ICJ raise the case to Security Council. It's easy for US to use the veto power to stop everything. Okay, last point, ICC. What is ICC? ICC, this is the permanent international criminal court. The only one permanent international court. Previously, we had temporary courts for Rwanda, Yugoslavia, Tokyo. But right now we have permanent, established 1998, started their work 2002, and this is considered the court to prosecute individual. Like recently, they issued arrest warrant against Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. Okay, so whether they can take any action against them, I don't think so, because previously they issued arrest warrant against Putin, nothing happened. Before that, against Kenyatta, the president of Kenya, nothing happened. Al-Bashir, the president of Sudan, nothing happened. So I do not have great hope, unfortunately, to say that we will see the Israeli in the prison, but at least we have to do more pressure on the Israeli at the legal side. The legal side is very complicated, and international law is quite weak to prevent the genocide and also to prosecute the Israeli. But we have to continue in this way, as we continue also in the media side and political side and also on all aspects. So this is ICC. This is a building of ICC. Okay. So what's happening in ICC? We reached to what stage? Unfortunately, there is no deadline in ICC. Here in Malaysia, if anyone committed any crime in any local country, Malaysia, in Palestine, or any place, there is certain time for the police to take action, 28 hours, or after that, you have to go to the court. The court, they have a specific time, reach around 6 months, and after that, you have to release. You have to take action very fast. According to ICC's statute, no deadline. When the public prosecutor for ICC opened the, not investigation, they call it preliminary examination, it started 2015, end 2021, after 6 years. Just preliminary investigation or preliminary examination. When they started the investigation 2021 for the Israeli crimes committed in 2014, war 2014, they didn't finish until yet. However, Israeli committed many wars after that. Okay, so when this war started, public prosecutor Karim Khan gathered all the evidence from this war and the previous war and put all this. I should take this and throw it to the public prosecutor. Okay, and then nothing happened. This very long, but the only advance, we can call it the advance in this case, advancement, when the court, the first chamber court, issued the arrest warrant against Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. However, ICC to prosecute not only the leaders, the commanders and the soldiers. In my submission with my Aqsa, I collected more than 100 names of the Israeli commander who committing the real crimes right now in Gaza. Okay, that's what we want to. Not only the leaders, Netanyahu, yeah, we want Netanyahu, Yoav Gallant, and Ben Gvir, Smotrich, but we want the soldier and commander who really committing the crime by the weapons and also by the orders from the leaders. So we have to submit. When we do any submission, we shouldn't only select the leader's name. Okay, that what we work on to gather more names and collect more names, especially for the commanders of all the Israeli groups and all the Israeli fighters. Okay, so for ICJ, at the end of the presentation, I want to be quite fast. So ICC pre-trial chamber rejected Israeli challenges because Israeli challenged after the arrest warrant issued against Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, and they said no, affirming court jurisdiction and validity of the arrest warrant. So what is the difference between, the main difference between ICJ and ICC? ICJ, this is civil court for state responsibility only, while ICC, this is a criminal case for the individual. So they are not mentioning states, but they will mention names of the perpetrator of crime. So if you ask me question, is International Criminal Court effective, or is ICJ, International Court of Justice procedure effective? Unfortunately, we have many weaknesses. However, we have to continue in this way, but we have many weaknesses because the result of ICJ will go to the Security Council for enforcement, and it's easy. You can always see the picture of the representative of US raising the hand, means object, veto power, stop everything. And then if there is the case, ICJ to ICC, ICC will take very long time, maybe 9 years, maybe 10 years, and Israeli continuing committing the crime. And at the end, because Israel decided not to cooperate with the court, not to give any evidence, even not to allow them to visit Israel or to visit occupied Palestine, which is West Bank and Jerusalem. So how can the ICC take action against the Israeli? If you know, there is no here, according to ICC, there is no way to prosecute the individual if they are not existed in the court. So means we have to arrest Netanyahu to start the jurisdiction. Otherwise, we are just giving talks, giving decisions without any enforcement. Just I will mention to you at the end of my presentation, very important statements from Karim Khan, ICC prosecutor, recently, a few months ago. He did mention that he received threats while conducting investigation against top Israeli official with the senior figures, I guess, from US, telling him the court was built for Africa and for thugs like Putin, not for West and its allies. Just to show us why we have many African cases under ICC, but when we have the Palestinian case, that will take very, very long time. I don't think so. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I don't think so we will reach to the conclusion with this case. However, we have to fight. We have to fight not only by hands, not only by weapons. We have to fight by media. We have to fight by political way. We have to fight by legal way. We have to collect and having and putting, imposing more pressure on Israel in all aspects and preventing them from traveling to Europe, as some countries in Europe decided to surrender Netanyahu if he traveled to that countries. So it's very important to do this. Legal way is complicated, and international law in terms of not wholly, in terms of diplomatic relations and other things, commercial issues is quite beneficial, but in terms of maintaining peace and security is still very weak. Thank you very much for hearing me, and we hope we get something. If you have any question, you are welcome. Maybe we can discuss in the outside in the tables. Huh? Okay, and we have Salah. Oh, okay. Okay, Jazakumullah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Shobaki, for your enlightening talk. So we will now break for the lunch and Friday prayers. Please return back by 2:30 p.m. inshallah, as we will continue with our afternoon sessions.
the book. I will show it up here. The title is Terrorism and Liberation Movements in the Middle East, the case study of FLN, Hezbollah, and Hamas. And the reason why this is an opportune time to launch it is because the writer is here with us today. He is Yusuf Jamal, who is sitting over there. Now I will read a brief description of the book, and then I will invite Yusuf to give a brief speech of the content of this book. And then later on, after that, we are going to ask Puan Sinorma to launch it. So the book dives into the debate on liberation and terrorism in the cases of the FLN. For those who are not familiar, FLN is the movement, liberation movement of Algeria. Hezbollah, which is in the news now, and Hamas, and how and why state actors view them the way they do. It too sheds light on how these non-state actors view themselves by applying the theory-oriented approach. As the Middle East continues to be in turmoil, the book provides answers to questions that scholars, students, and ordinary people continue to ask. Is one terrorist and another's freedom fighter? So that's a question. We are going, hopefully, can have the copies of the book afterwards sent to us by University Malaya Press, the publisher of the book, and you can buy them at a discounted price. Afterward, I will tell you what the price is, because the retail price is actually quite pricey, 60 ringgit. 60 ringgit. So this is the book, and without further ado, can I invite Yusuf to give a little brief speech regarding the book.
Well done, Yusuf.
Thank you. Do I have to sit?
Yeah, because you are in the.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nazari. So this is basically my PhD. This is the labor of 6 years and a half at the University of Sakarya in Turkey. And I think the book today is very relevant because of what's happening in the Middle East. The developments in Lebanon, hopefully we will have a ceasefire, the developments in Gaza, but also looking at the larger picture of what's happening in the Middle East over the past few decades, how global powers have shaped politics and designations. I'll be very brief, but basically the concept of terrorism has evolved over years from being almost positive to being completely negative. The concept of terrorism emerged for the first time in modern Russia, and it emerged around 1878. There was a Russian anarchist who tried to assassinate the governor of St. Petersburg, and when she was caught, she told the judge at the court that I am not a murderer, I am a terrorist. So terrorism was a political message at the time, and over the years the concept became very negative because of the politicization of terrorism and the emergence of global and regional powers. So over the years, the United States became very dominant when it comes to defining terrorists and terrorism. There is a US definition of terrorism. There is a UN definition of terrorism. It's about the use of political violence or violence to achieve political goals. The emergence of the US as the only, so this is my thesis in my book, that the emergence of political terrorism that we know today and the fact that it became very negative has to do with the emergence of the United States as the only superpower after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So the politics of the Cold War has pushed towards making terrorism a very negative concept, as well as regional politics. So if we look at the politics of the Arab Spring, they have also contributed to this end. Just a quick example, the case of the National Liberation Movement, FLN, in Algeria. The fact that the FLN had good ties to Russia or the Soviet Union at the time somehow provided the group with protection and diplomatic and political cover. So they didn't care much about being called terrorists or freedom fighters. In fact, leaders of the FLN told repeatedly that terrorism is the only means of a crushed people. So they had no problem with being called terrorists. On the other hand, Hamas was extremely impacted by the politics of terrorism and designating it as a terrorist organization. It issued the 2017 document in an attempt to remove itself from these terrorist organization lists in the EU and the US. Hezbollah was in between the FLN and Hamas because it had regional extension, its relationship with the Syrian government, Iran somehow provided it with a political, economic, and political cover. So this is like briefly my thesis, and in my thesis that became a book now, and how terrorism has become a very negative concept, while at the beginning, when it first emerged in 1878, it was almost positive. I wouldn't say positive, but almost positive. And the question is one's terrorist another's freedom fighter? Yeah, the answer is yes, it is. Because it depends on, like, a terrorist organization would be a terrorist organization in the United States, but not in Malaysia, for example. Or it could be a terrorist organization in Malaysia, but not in the United States. So it's all about real politics and the interests of the states. Yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Thank you. I only gave him 5-minute notice before I invited him to come to the front. So that shows his capability to be able to speak on short notice. I now invite Puan Norma, I gave her only 3 minutes notice to say a bit about Yusuf, because he has been working with Yusuf, the author of the book, and then to obviously launch the book. That's all. It's on the way. Inshallah, it's on the way. And later on, hopefully it will arrive before 5, hopefully, because I already notified you and pressed the publisher. And you can get, hopefully, the author's signature if it arrives on time. Yeah, autograph copy. Of course, you have to buy the book at this discounted price. Puan Norma, please say a little bit about the author and your collaborative works with him in the past. Thank you.
This is very ad hoc, but anyway, Yusuf is a very good friend of mine. I've known him for very, very long, I think since 2012. How it started was that someone from the place that Yusuf was working when he was very young, which was in 2012, 12 years ago, the director of the Center of Political and Development Studies, Dr. Mahmoud is also part of it, messaged me to ask whether I could help him publish the stories of Palestinian detainees who had been released in the 2011 exchange called, I think, Promise of the Free in Arabic, where Gilad Shalit was exchanged with 1,027 Palestinian prisoners. And so when he gave me the transcript, it was translated by Yusuf and the late Dr. Raid Kadura that I mentioned just now in my opening speech, who was killed in November last year. So these two young men were the translators of this book. And this book went on to, I think, maybe open a lot of people's eyes, because I was told that my publisher in the UK told me that it was the best-selling book on Palestine in their bookshop. I think a lot of people read it, and a lot of people told me about it. It was the first time people actually read and understood the Palestinians and Palestinian detainees as basically human. I think, before that, it was just numbers, and it was something that, like the book on terrorism is about, is like one man's freedom fighter is another person's terrorist, isn't it? So subsequently, Yusuf and I did 2 more books on Palestinian detainees. The second one was called Dreaming of Freedom, which was about Palestinian child prisoners, an issue which is extremely critical up till today. We had hoped that our books would have made a difference, but that second book was actually published in the US as well, and to put forward a bill about protection of Palestinian children's rights, and the fact that the US funding was used to imprison them and make them suffer. So I'm very glad that Yusuf is also a senior non-resident scholar at our center. He's a prolific writer, a real credit to us. And I think he's a great example of a student of Dr. Rifat Al-Arir, and how he has promoted talent and really brought them out in the world and really taught them well. So that's more than 3 minutes, I think.
Okay. So,
Thank you. Well, congratulations to Yusuf on his book.
So we need a photo of you along. Come on. So, photographer. So there's only up.
Oh, the background, yeah.
Scary back. Yeah. Block it. Yeah. We'll see.
You.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I hand over the floor to okay. Go ahead.
Yes, Bismillah. Thank you, Prof. Nazari. Thank you, Yusuf and Sir Norma Hashim, for officiating this book and informing us about this interesting book. So welcome back to our next session. It features Natashina, Nur Hayati, and Ismail, representing the claiming self-identity formation in Suzanne Abul Hawa, Morning in Jenin, and Annie Frank, The Diary of a Young Girl. Please welcome them.
The war between Israel and Palestine has continued for over a year. The situation seems to go worse each day, and we think it's important to be a voice that highlights this issue. So we choose to use literature because it doesn't just show numbers or statistics, but also help us understand deep emotional and psychological impact of war. And this idea inspired our research, Reclaiming Self-Identity Formation in Susan Abdul Hawa's Mornings in Jenin and Anne Frank's The Diary of a Young Girl. Okay, and good afternoon, everyone. We are from Prince Songkhla University, Pattani campus, Thailand, and today we are going to explore a profound way in which war and displacement affect individuals and communities, focusing on how they shape both personal and national identities. And we also would like to compare how no matter where war happens, but the impact of war on human life remain the same. And as a teenager, we choose these 2 literary works because the main characters are teenagers too. So we can connect more deeply about their experiences, emotions, and perspective. Yes, so now let's move to the two main literary works in this study. The first one is Mornings in Jenin. Mornings in Jenin tell the story about Palestinian family forced to leave their homeland when Israel was created. And the main character is Amal, a young girl who grew up from a refugee camp that's surrounded by danger, loss, and death. And the second one is The Diary of a Young Girl. The Diary of a Young Girl gives us a very personal look at the life of Anne Frank, a Jewish girl who hiding from Nazi in World War II. And Anne's life is confined to secret annex where she lives with her family and always afraid of being found. And our study show how displacement and trauma affect both personal and national identities. So now let's move to methodologies.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So as you know that we selected two literary works for analysis. The first one is Mornings in Jenin by Susan Abdul Hawa, and then The Diary of a Young Girl by Anne Frank. These works are similarly led by young female characters, that is Amal and Anne, which are the two characters that we mainly focus on. And moreover, both works also explore the same themes of war and displacement. So through the story, we can see the devastating impact of war on individuals and families. So for the theoretical frameworks, we employ three theories for analysis. First one, we employ Erikson's psychosocial development theory to examine how trauma during adolescence disrupt identity formation for both Anne and Amal. Secondly, post-colonial feminism theory. We focus on the concept of double colonization to explore how the colonial oppression and the patriarchal system intersect to shape Anne and Amal identities as women. And then the last one is Johann Gottfried Herder national identity theories. We use this theory to analyze how the characters' connection to their roots help them maintain their sense of identity during the hardship. So, and the analytical method, we carefully read both works, both in English and in Thai, for effective understanding, to analyze and to compare the differences and the similarities on how the characters struggle to maintain their sense of identity during the hardship. So next.
Okay, let's focus on the literary analysis. A comparative exploration of how displacement and trauma shape an individual's identity's development. In Mornings in Jenin, Amal's life showed the great hardship of being displaced, and this uprooting not affect just physically but also affect deep emotional and psychological scar. So let's take a look at the excerpt. These scenes from Mornings in Jenin show a powerful moment when Amal realizes that nothing in her life is permanent, not her family, her home, or even just her own body, which is always at risk from violence. And the trauma of war make it hard for Amal to build a stable sense of who she is. Losing her home, her loved one, and living with so much uncertainty make it hard for a man to make it hard for a man to like build a stable sense and leave deep scar that make she feel like change to see herself and her place in the world. Yeah, and according to Erik Erikson theory of psychosocial development, it helps us like more understand about Amal's struggle. Erikson believes that trust and stability are important for forming a sense of identity, but instability of Amal's life is very hard for Amal like to feel safe or sure of who she is. Yes, and Anne's story also focuses about displacement and trauma. In one part of her diary, Anne compare herself as a bird with its wings thrown off, unable to fly or escape. She feels trapped like a bird in the cage, and this is hitting the bar in frustration and sadness. And she being cut off from her family, from her school, friends, and normal life made it very hard for Anne to explore of who she was, which is important part of growing up. Yes, and according to Erikson theory, Erikson say that teenagers need to try out different role to find themselves, but in Anne's situation didn't allow her to do that. And finally, Amal and Anne's story don't just show their personal pain, but also reflect how war affects many people. And their experiences remind us that war doesn't just take away land, but also life, dreams, and sense of identity. Yes, so let's move to next.
Okay, and the next topics that we have been discussed in our paper is the double colonization on women. So the war and genocide have deeply the identity, right? But especially for women, they have to face the violence not only due to their race or their nationality, but also their gender as well. So this analysis examines Amal and Anne Frank's through the post-colonial feminist theory, which are focused on women in the other context, which are non-Western women. Yeah. So even though Anne Frank was born in Germany, right? But her identities at that time as a Jewish girl have rendered her as an outsider in the Western society. And this is emphasizing her identity as others in the Western community as well. Yeah. So the concept of double colonizations is highlight how women endure the both external colonials and the internal patriarchy in their own culture. Yeah. So both Amans and Franks, both of them have to face it with the external colonialism, right? And this is have shaped their identity as a resilient woman. So in the Morning in Jennings, Aman was born in the refugee camps, and her have to lost her family, her homes, and during the the 1967 war, they have to live in the kitchen hall because they are the war outside. And this is and her mother have told her to be strong. It's not only just for survival, but also to endure the external force around her, and this have shaped her identity as a resilience and determined Palestinian women. Yeah. And for the diary of the young girl, Anne Franks also have to live in fear and have to hide from the Nazi, and her dreams was also crushed by the Holocaust, but her still holds on to have the hopes and write the diary to express herself and being being strong even in the hardship situations. Yeah. And as women, they also have to face with the internal patriarchy in their own culture as well. Yeah. In the Morning in Jennings, Amans have to face with the cultural restrictions that impose on women. You can see in the excerpt from the Morning in Jennings that you can say that a girl just can do that, or can say that he is her older brother, so he has every right to hit his sister if she misbehavior. So here you can see there are the patriarchal norms which men have the authorities over women and expect women to have to be a good wife, a good mother, or good community members, as well as Anne Franks. She also critiques in her diaries that we are not allowed to have any opinions, or people can tell you to keep your mouth shut. So this is also like tell us that in the women in Jewish society are also have to lacks power to express their feeling as well. Yeah. So to conclude is like both of them have to face the external and internal oppressions, and by the ability to go over these struggles, giving us a lasting examples of courage and resilience women. Yeah. So let's move to the national identity. Yes.
So now moving to national identity and belonging in Mornings in Jenin. As we have mentioned before that Amal was born and raised in a refugee camp. However, she has a deep connection to her ancestral land, even though she grew up in exile. According to this excerpt, this is how Amal's father instills a deep connection to their homeland in Amal. It helps Amal acquire a strong sense of Palestinian roots, and it also reinforces her sense of belonging, which is very important for individual to feel that they are included in one society. So in this excerpt, we can see her identity is tied to Palestinian roots. For the next excerpt, we can see how Amal struggled to maintain her Palestinian root in terms of cultural heritage. This scene happened when Amal initially arrived in America, which is her new society. Amal experienced an intercultural encounter as she found the contrast in expressing gratitude between her Arabic culture and the American context. Amal felt that the phrase "thank you" is not enough to express gratitude when compared to her Arabic culture. For example, the various phrases mentioned by Amal, like "May Allah bless the hand that give me this gift," "May Allah never deny your prayer," and so on. This kind of phrases show the profound sense of appreciation, and it also show the cultural richness that are embedded in her language. So here we can see her desire to maintain her Palestinian roots in terms of cultural heritage. At the same time, Jewish identity in the Diary of a Young Girl is a central part of Anne Frank's experience when hiding the Nazi during the Holocaust. Like Anne Frank acknowledged that all the misery that she is facing or the other Jews are facing is a result of they are Jews. So Amma expressed that all the misery is a result of their Jews, and it showed the racial discrimination. Like in this excerpt, Anne Frank described how the lives of Jews are restricted. For example, Jews are banned from trams. Jews are forbidden to visit theater. So this showed that the lives of Jews are segregated and discriminated against. However, Anne Frank's resilience and hope shine through the nature of her identity, even though she is in a tough circumstance. According to this excerpt, Anne Frank expressed a sense of hope that one day all the misery that she is facing or the other Jews are facing will end with peace and justice. So being optimistic is like her strategy to overcome both internal conflict and external conflict. And it also became a form of spiritual resistance for Anne Frank. So to conclude, even though there are differences regarding the historical context that Amal and Anne Frank face, but they share the same experience in terms of resilience and identity formation when they are facing the hardship. For the last part is conclusion.
Okay, and to conclusion of our research, like even though like these two situations from like Amas and Anne Frank's, like two different wars, two different genocides, but they share like a lot of similarity in terms of the sufferings they face and the struggles they face. Yeah, and the Holocaust like have took the millions of lives of Jews, but it seems like we are humanity are repeating the same mistakes today, because the sufferings that Palestinians have to face these days are similar with what they are faced in the Holocaust. Yeah, and it's like it shows that our society are still like drive our society by hate, by power, and by indifference. Yeah, and like for the past for almost a decade, that Zionist force have tried to remove the Palestinians and arrest their homeland. But the question is that why is that the world still let this to happen, and why is the global leader with the power to stop these situations doesn't do nothing but support or even ignore these issues? Yeah, so the last question before we finish our presentation is that our societies are actually moving forward, or we are going backward, because the situations that Palestinians have faced in these days are the same situations that happened in the World War II, that were already 79 years ago. And this is all about our presentations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your insightful comparison and the presentation. Now our next presenter, Fei Wong and Yu Zhang. They will discuss the visual representation of Israeli-Palestinian conflict on social media, a multimodal critical discourse analysis. Please welcome Fei Wong.
Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone who present here today and are currently watching the YouTube or Facebook Live. We are a group of critical discourse linguists from University Malaya, Faculty of Language and Linguistics. In the absence of our project leader, Professor Surin, both of us are enormously honored to present our findings on the visual representations of Palestinians in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on social media, a multimodal critical discourse analysis. Okay, so before we start, it is significant to explicate what representation is in order to know how does it work in the society. What we can see in this illustration is a girl looking at her reflection in the mirror of a television. This suggests an early understanding of representations in CDS, critical discourse studies, as postulated by Fairclough and Van Dyke. Representation is the role of language to describe social groups or identities or events and assign meaning to it. In this case, text and discourse were used as a tool to realize representations. And now let's have a look again at these illustrations. Often, questions always arise regarding the appropriateness of representations. Has the representation portrayed the reality precisely? And such questions gave room for critical discourse linguists to ask how representation reflect and reinforce power dynamics in ideologies within certain social contexts, and this has been our point of departure. The present studies aim to investigate the representational choice for social actors, Palestinians, that are embedded within the social media framing of the conflict. Our data consists of 700 samples from Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok uploaded by individual users from May to November 2024. As our focus is on the individual users, so organizational contents from government like Israel or US and some like official news outlets were excluded. Okay, so next, we would like to unpack some theoretical foundation we were using within our studies, like a theoretical framework, multimodal critical discourse analysis, and the analytical framework that we were using, which is socio-semantic inventory. Okay, so first, just like before, we have said that text is used as a tool to realize representations which is by describing certain social events. In multimodality, text, we understand it as a semiotic object, which is combinations of different semiotic modes and leveraging upon the affordance of medium to create meaning. So text is not simply a language or a combination of words or sentence, but more about the multimodality. Okay, so as our focus of the medium, our focus of the medium is social media. Okay, so the aspects of social media provides high participations and interactions to their users. So we can understand that the contents from social media itself is a product of participations, where it redefine the traditional media into many dynamic of discursive practice. So this means that social media itself is a multimodal content that offers different and diverse modalities to the users that use it to represent certain things. So we need to know also with the emergence of social media, there is also the emergence of network public that is defined and shaped by the social medias in both ways. So social media, it's new and also old thing, but we also often have difficulties on how to understand social media precisely, because we can understand there are existing finding studies that understand social media is just another kinds of computer mediated communications like emails, but this is too focused. But there is also a broad way that defines a new category of technologies. However, it's just we say before about the text, understanding text in the modalities that leverage the affordance of mediums to assign meaning to social events. We are focusing on the affordance approach to define social media, which is based on the features and affordance social media offers to users. What we can use social media to do. So here is illustrations on based on the perception psychology Gibson's to describe what is affordance. So we have seen there is a black rock and one cute cat and cute dog looking at this rock smiling. So what are they thinking about? So based on Gibson's, how we perceive objects is not based on the quality, whether this rock is black or this rock is heavy or not, but instead we are thinking about how this rock is useful to us. So in this sense, can it be used to make rockets or build this mountain or something? In that sense, we are understanding. So the meaning of evidence is the perceptions of an object's utilities. So this is useful for us to understand again what is social media and what it can bring us to do. So based on Trim and Leonardi, that they gave a very comprehensive examples of the evidence of social media, which we already also the audience from the live listening to the live also very familiar with this visibility that social media gave to us, the persistency, editability, and associations. So now we need to relate it with the conflict when the evidence like visibility on social media, how does the relationship between social media and conflict is the concept of media witnessing, which is the witnessing performed in by and through the media. And according to the literatures, witnessing itself carries the weight of responsibilities. To witness is to become morally bound and to be responsible in some way to it. It not only connects people with those sufferings internally, but also connect with other people we are imagining are in the community. We witness the event together, and this creates the solidarity, the collective movement. Another important concept is the echo chambers in the social media, where it is coined by Krosavinic that social media, it can be seen as an echo chambers where forms a group of like-minded members that like. With one like, it promotes. When there is 10 likes, it intensifies the post. When there is 100 likes, 1,000,000 likes, that post will become important. So next is our methodology about social semantic approach. Text and discourse often other people cannot differentiate them, but here in social semantic, we look discourse as a social connections, which are specific ways of knowing social practice, and they can be used as a resource to represent social practices in text. So social practice is a social regular ways of doing things. The relationship between, in this sense, discourse itself can be a social practice, and can also become a way to represent social practice. Broader sense, all texts are representations of social practices. So there are many elements of social practice, like social action, participants, social participant resource. And then our focus today, I say, is the participants. Participants can be represented according to the agency, like agency, which is on the active, as an active agent in the matter process, then that participant is activated. While when that participant is at the receiving end of a process, of a transitivity process, then the participant is passivated. In this case, we call the activated as agent, passivated as patients. And this is what we call overall social actors. Another important concept within the social semantic approach is recontextualizations, because we are using language to make meanings. And this things from upper reach to the lower reach, the process is objectified and made for certain purpose. So the assumption made is that all discourse recontextualize social practice. At the same time, it is also recursive and will be removing us further and further for the repetition loops. So here are some examples of the visual representations of social actors, where we can see that they can be included and that can be excluded from certain representations, whether it's specified, individualized or collectivized according to their biological category, or according to their physical category, or according to their religious homogenized. And then we also need to look at the role in each different representations. So the findings of our data is firstly that the data portrays that Palestinians is mostly passivated as patients, which is at the receiving end of the material activities. Usually is a negative one, with highest frequency of occurrence of 38%, which is much greater than the Israeli soldiers as an agent on the social media, which means that the social media where posted by individual users, they mostly claiming to present Palestinians than the Israeli soldiers. And then how they are presented is that mostly they are individualized instead of presented in groups. Also, in this case, Palestinian is present with the frequency of occurrence of Palestinian is far more higher than the Israelis. And why they are individualized, because usually in the representation of discrimination, Mostly they are present in group or homogenized so that no one can recognize them. But it's on social media. Most of them, especially the Palestinians, were individualized. The reason behind possibly is because they want everyone to recognize what is the suffering, specific sufferings and their personal narratives. And also the Israelis as agent, individualized, to know that who is actually accountable for those suffering. Here are some examples of what has then been depicted, shown as agent where Israel is mostly depicted in a very destructive material process of destroying, of speeding, of committing genocide, or of shooting. While patients where Palestinian is mostly represented, they are on the receiving end, so they are pacified and they are present as having own displays. So, and we can see the quantity of the actions. Palestinian is way more than the agents. So this is to humanize the patients who have then been going through.
Okay, it's like a picture is worth 1,000 words. Yeah. So for the social media pictures, our first finding is about visualizing the horrors of war through daily objects. So the picture in the left is a burned shoe with remains of a child's foot. It works as a cynic dog, representing the child's life as destroyed and reduced to just this fragment. In multimodal critical discourse analysis, we also look for angle. So in this picture, the camera angle looks down, positioning the viewer above the scene. This creates a power dynamic where we are witness, but powerless to intervene. And the child is represented through the shoe, but the actors responsible for the violence are absent, leaving the violence depersonalized yet universal. And the bold text, never forget, is a clear moral evaluation. The phrase constructs a moral responsibility for the viewer, legitimizing the need for action and remembrance, and highlights the child's tragic death and prolonged inaction of the global community. And overall, the use of high contrast colors and the bold text ensure the image's prominence within the fast-paced scrolling interface of social media. And the affordance of visibility enables the image to quickly disseminate, maximizing its potential to provoke public discourse and engagement. And the image in the right, the salient element in this image is the plastic bag placed on the scale. The bag represents Omar, reduced to 18 kg of remains, embodying dehumanization and the ultimate objectification of a human life. Omar's agency is stripped entirely, as he is presented not as a person, but as a lifeless object. The scale itself acts as a symbol of systematic and bureaucratic violence, where human lives are calculated and weighted like disposable items. This reflects a semiotic tension. The cold efficiency of the scale contrasts sharply with the emotional gravity of the situation. And the caption, "Here is Omar," invite associations between the objectification of the human body and broader systems of power, critique, and oppression. So overall, this image constructs a discourse of victimhood, where lives are reduced to mere statistics. It critiques the normalization of violence, exposing how systematic processes depersonalize and render suffering invisible. By doing so, it invites a deeper reflection on the ideological frameworks that allow such tragedies to occur. And the next topic is about products and pretext. So here, the original Pepsi packaging has been deliberately edited to embed a political message. showcasing how social media platforms enable users to reimagine and recontextualize existing commercial symbols. The act of modifying a widely recognizable brand as emotional and rhetorical power, making the critique more impactful and relatable to global audiences. And you can see from the image, the crying child represents the victimized social actor. The hijab marks her as culturally specific, situating the image firmly within the geopolitical conflict in Gaza. This specific cultural signifier amplifies the emotional impact by tying her suffering to a broader group identity, while the blurred faces in the background symbolize collective suffering. This generalization highlights the scale of violence. And actually, the actual agents responsible for the violence are excluded, leaving the brand to stand in as a symbolic antagonist, implicated through its association with American and Israeli interests. So similar goes with the video clips in the right. I cannot play, but it's actually someone labeling brands such as Coca-Cola, McDonald's with Israeli flags and specifying "don't buy Israeli products." It provides a clear moral framework, positioning consumer boycotts as a legitimate and necessary response to the violence depicted. And the argument is framed as consumer action directly challenging geopolitical complicity. And these align with a discourse of resistance, targeting global brands as proxies for Western imperialism. It promotes boycotts as political acts, challenges how consumer culture distracts from and normalizes the violence sustained by geopolitical systems. And the next one is a very special picture type. We found social media users criticized through memes. So according to Litera et al. 2019, social media memes afford collective political expression, especially among youth. So in this example, the meme amplifies the power disparity through dark humor and irony. You can see the soldiers represent the Israeli occupation forces depicted as uniform, armed, and intimidating, while the baby is small, defenseless, and incapable of speech. This visual dynamic critiques the imbalance in the conflict. And you can see the phrase, "any first words." It parodies the typical line like "any last words" used before execution, adding a darkly ironic twist. And the baby's inability to even speak yet further underscores the absurdity and cruelty of such a question. And the meme constructs a discourse of systematic violence, highlighting the absurdity of targeting someone so defenseless and innocent. It critiques the structural power that allows such extreme and unjust actions. And the faceless nature of the soldiers represents institutionalized dehumanization, where victims are stripped of individuality or innocence, even when they are as powerless as a baby. So overall, for memes, affordances play a particularly unique role. The simple cartoon style in the meme allow for easy recontextualization and inviting others to create variations that critique systematic violence, power dynamics, or dehumanizations. And memes itself are inherently designed for rapid visibility on social media platforms, using humor or irony to engage users quickly. And next, memes are also used to visualize US involvement. So here, the left picture, represented by the sweating cartoon figure, American voters are depicted as caught in a dilemma. The distress of the voter emphasizes the moral impossibility of choosing between two forms of violence. And the two identical buttons represent institutionalized violence, suggesting that regardless of choice, the outcomes are the same: complicity in systematic harm. And by trivializing the concept of genocide into simple button pressing action, the meme also critiques how extreme violence has become normalized or reduced to political options. And in the right picture, we can see Uncle Sam represents the US government, showing as a tall, gaunt figure holding an unbalanced scale. The scale on the left is overloaded with dead Palestinian bodies, symbolizing immense suffering and loss. And the Israeli side, by contrast, holds only one individual, yet the scale remains tilted in Israel's favor. The overloaded scale versus the single figure highlights the disproportionate attention and support Israeli receives compared to the suffering endured by Palestinians. The scale symbolizes justice, but its extreme imbalance critiques the lack of fairness in the geopolitical discourse surrounding the conflict. It critiques the ideological imbalance in US foreign policy, where Palestinian suffering is downplayed and support for Israel remains unwavering. Both memes expose how violence and injustice have been normalized in the context of US involvement in the conflict. And another prevalent picture type is political graffiti in social media. Initially, graffiti is only visible to those physically present, but it has been elevated to a global audience when shared on social media. So we can say that social media enable political graffiti to transcend geopolitical, geographical constraints, allowing its message to engage audiences worldwide. For example, in the left picture, the graffiti transformed the acronym IDF from Israeli Defense Forces to Israeli Defense Force, repositioning the military as a symbol of mockery and delegitimization. The alteration of forces to farce employs linguistic irony. The graffiti critiques the legitimacy and moral failure of Israel's military operations. And the act of graffiti in public spaces itself is a form of resistance discourse, symbolizing grassroots oppositions. And the use of public space reinforces this critique by bringing the message into everyday visibility, countering institutionalized narratives. And the graffiti in the right, we all bleed the same color. It uses a collective pronoun, we, emphasizing a universal humanity. It portrays all people as inherently equal, transcending divisions like nationality, ethnicity, or religion. By focusing on the shared biopolitical reality of bleeding red, it positions all humans as equal victims of violence and injustice. And color also matters. Red here represents blood and the shared human cost of violence, while green symbolizes hope and unity. These colors create a semiotic contrast between the realities of conflict and the potential for harmony. The message does not explicitly name perpetrators or specific groups, but implies critique of divisions and conflicts. The phrase constructs a discourse of shared humanity, emphasizing that violence impacts everyone equally, regardless of identity, and critiques the division caused by nationalism, racism, and other forms of exclusion. Next, we're going to talk about the representation of Palestinian women from three perspectives. The first one is Palestinian women as mothers. As you can see, these examples, women are depicted as active agents advocating for help. Well, you can see there are also their clothing and including hijabs and dress situated with a Palestinian and Islamic cultural context. Each woman is framed holding or positioned close to a baby, like in the picture. This symbolizes maternal care and the emotional toll of conflict. The set of image ties into broader discourses of maternal sacrifice, human resilience, and the moral imperative to act against injustice. And secondly, Palestinian women are depicted as active agents of change. The humanitarian workers here are all women in hijabs, identifiable by their vest. And their posture and movement walking alongside refugees symbolize their active role in assisting displaced individuals. And different from the previous one, we can notice the absence of faces in these pictures because it directs focus to their role rather than their individuality, emphasizing the collective nature of humanitarian work. And the third one is the representation of Palestinian women as cultural custodians. So they become active agents preserving Palestinian heritage through embroidered tatrees, I might pronounce it, transmission of cultural identity and resilience amidst political and social upheaval. And it's a form of cultural resistance and an empowering practice. Okay, next one is a significant portrayal of children's smiles on the social media, where they are looking directly on they make a direct gaze with the viewer on the social media. So this is the times where the direct gaze is met with the viewer, but previously, we can see that when they emphasize the role of the adults, the children doesn't look at the viewer. So these gazes represent a symbolic demand that they want something from you, especially when they are holding a baby that are not looking at the camera, while on the right they are holding a bottle of water. That implies that this direct address implies a symbolic demand. And then elevating from the smile is the laughter of the children. How they portrayed is, we look at the right side, they directly get look at the camera. Okay, I have 3 minutes left. I will close it now. Okay, so laughter, direct gaze, and then portrayal of resilience, they are distanciations from the viewer. Portrayal of despair, we are again looking it as we are warrior, like a warrior looking at their sufferings. So overall, the conclusion is that what evidence that make social media users efforts, what evidence social media users can use to represent the team. Another is a symbolic involvement through children, where children is used to depict as one of us, and then this empowerment, representative of this empowerment as empowerment, when the victim is the powerless, but through the portrayal, they are the most powerful accounts. So lastly, the overall that we're talking about social actor, looking at these Palestinians as examples, social media itself is a social actors that react also through the evidence what social media features can give the audience, the users to present. And lastly, we end with a thank you and scrum luck. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Fibong, for your long presentation and impressive as well. Because I think you are the first Chinese to have a title about the genocide in Gaza. And it's really impressive and interesting from a Chinese student side. So now we are going to officially announce this book that published by University of Malaya, which is considered one of the premier publishers in Malaysia. So the book title is Terrorism and Liberation Movements in the Middle East, the case study of FLN, which is Algerian fighters, Hezbollah, and Hamas. So it's a very, very interesting, and it's a timely topic, and the book is already available here. I think
50 ringgit.
the price of 50 ringgit, it's a discounted price because the normal price offered by the University of Malaya is 60 ringgit. So a discounted price offered from the center itself, which is Hashim Sani Center, it's 50 ringgit only for this book, which is took around 6 years from Yusuf Al Jamal to write it. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Our next speaker, our next keynote speaker will be Mr. Ahmed Al-Naouq. Mr. Ahmed, he's the founder of We Are Not Numbers. He has a master's degree in international journalism from Leeds University, and he's also the co-founder of Across the Wall, a media project that tells the stories from Gaza in Hebrew, serves as advocacy and outreach officer for the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor. Ahmed's writing has been published by several writers, several platforms in the Middle East, including, not to mention, the Gulf News, the New Arab, and the other websites as well. Mr. Al-Naouq will now present on family loss, genocide, and the Western complicity. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much. I believe everyone is now tired after this long day, so I will be very short, and I will try not to be boring. And I understand that there were a lot of presentations that were very elaborative and research, so it can be very exhausting for our minds. So allow me to tell you a little bit about myself, since I need to talk about the loss of my family. My name is Ahmed Al-Naouq, and I grew up in Gaza, like many other Palestinians here. And as Muhammad said, we in Gaza, we count our age by how many wars we survived. So I think I am more than 3 wars old and 10 aggressions. So I grew up in Gaza, and I lived all my life in Gaza. During my time in Gaza, I lived through many wars and the siege, the collective punishment that Israel waged against the people in Gaza. In some of these wars, in the war in 2014, I lost my first family member, my brother Ayman. In 2020, Israel killed my mother as well, but indirectly, you know, because when you live under siege, under blockade, sometimes, or most of the times, you are not allowed to travel. So if you need treatment, then you will need a permit from Israel, and Israel did not give my mother the permit she needs, so she died of cancer. But all of that was not comparable to what happened to my family in this war, in this genocide in 2023. Because on the 22nd of October, when my family were sleeping in their home, Israel dropped a bomb on my home in Gaza, killing nearly every single member of my family. They killed my father, who's 75 years old, my 2 brothers, my 3 sisters, and all of their children, 14 kids. 14 kids were killed in my home, who are all under the age of 13. Some of them were 1 year old, some of them were 2 or 3 or 5 year old kids. So I'm talking about my father, my brother Muhammad, and his children, my sister Wala and her 4 children, my sister Ala and her 5 children, my sister Aya and her 3 children, which means like all of their children were killed. And I thought, this is the biggest milestone of my life. I lost all of my family. But then I realized that this is not only me. There are thousands and thousands of other families in Gaza There is also, you issued arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu, and you have Gallant. France, which is a signatory to the ICC, a member of the ICC, they said Israel, the Prime Minister of Netanyahu, has immunity. So even after arrest warrants were issued, they said Prime Minister Netanyahu has immunity. So they are not willing to arrest Netanyahu according to their obligations of the international law. They're not doing that. And some people might argue maybe the West or the Western countries are complicit in these war crimes and participating in these war crimes without knowledge or prior knowledge from. And that's absolutely false. These world leaders know exactly what's happening in Gaza. They know exactly that Israel is waging war crimes against the Palestinian people. They know exactly that Israel is carrying out a genocide against the Palestinian people, but they're still supporting Israel nonetheless. And I'll give you some examples. The Prime Minister, the Dutch Prime Minister, made a statement. He said to he told his advisors, and I'm quoting him, what can I say in order to make Israel look as if they don't commit war crimes? So they know that Israel is committing war crimes, but they want to invent a way in which they can tell the world that Israel is not committing war crimes. The UK also received advisory opinion, and they refused to make that public because that advisory opinion said that Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza. And the same thing for the US aid, which released reports to Biden telling him that Israel is impeding the humanitarian aid to Gaza and committing war crimes, but Biden pretended that he doesn't know about it. But we also, a big part of this complicity and participation in the genocide is the Western media bias. And the Western media cannot be understood in isolation from the governments and the foreign policy of these governments of the West, because the Western media is a translation. It is a translation of the Western foreign policy to the Middle East. So whatever the British or the American foreign policy is towards a country, the Western media will just follow suit. And that's why we saw in the Western media how the Palestinians are always interrogated. After I lost my family in Gaza, I was invited to speak to the media, but I was also interrogated in the mainstream media. They would ask me about Hamas, if Hamas is a terror organization or not. Can you imagine? Just days after I lost my family, all my family members, I was invited to the TV stations to be interrogated. And do you know why they ask us to condemn Hamas or to say Hamas is a terror organization or not? Because they want to test our humanity. Because they will always want to question us. Because we Palestinians, on our own, we are not equal, they think. We are inferior to the Israelis. So if an Israeli person lost all of his family members, do you think they will ever ask him to condemn the Israeli army war crimes in Gaza? Of course not. It is because they always look down at us Palestinians. They lie about the Palestinian people. They disseminate misinformation about what's actually happening in Gaza. How many times did you hear about the 40 beheaded babies? And I always bring this example because it tells you a lot how the mainstream media works. If an Israeli said any lie, whatever lie he said, they would pick it up. They would disseminate this information as if it is fact. But when we Palestinians tell our narrative, our stories, we would always be questioned. And that's why when I lost my family, some of the mainstream media came to write about me. And they spent weeks and weeks investigating my story, asking me to give all the names of my family members, their ages. And they also wanted to see their names in the Ministry of Health list of the martyrs who were killed in Gaza. And they were investigating and asking for pictures. And where does my family house locate? And they want me to show them on the map, investigating. But when the same organization wrote about the 40 beheaded babies, they just published that without any due diligence, without any investigation. And that tells you that the mainstream media is really interested in the misreporting on Palestine. So why is this all happening? Why is the mainstream media is biased? Why the Western world is actually participating in the genocide in Gaza? There are many reasons, but one of them, and the most important reason, I think, it's because they think of Israel as their colonial project in the Middle East. They think that they are very linked, very connected to Israel because it is them and they are Israel, and they cannot separate themselves from Israel because Israel, according to one of the American generals, he said, Israel is the unsinkable ship of the US military. So it is their weapon in the Middle East. But another thing, I was in a meeting with one of the European leaders a few weeks ago, and I asked him about what he thinks. And he told me, listen, Ahmed, I know that Israel is committing war crimes. I know Netanyahu is a war criminal. But we have a problem with the Islamists. And we think of him as Israel, as a shield between us and those Muslims. So there is a huge part of the problem is racism, that they think of us Muslims as a problem to the West, a problem to the Western values. And this has to change. And because of that, because Israel is a project of the colonial, of a colony of the West, and because of the racism and the sheer racism that the West has against us, I believe that this war between Israel and Palestine is not actually a war between Israel and Palestine. This is not a clash between us Palestinians and the Israelis, or Muslims or Jews. This is a war between the oppressed, the colonized, and the colonization and the oppression. This is a war between just and justice and injustice and thieves and thuggery. And Palestine represents the light, and Israel represents darkness. And this is a war between all of us. This is a war of all of us between darkness and evil. And that's why we all should work together in order to defeat this darkness so that light can prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed, for this inspiring talk and impressive as well. Thank you so much. So our next and final session is going to be for Dr. Noor Ainum Binti Nik Muhammad. Will discuss mediated resistance and social media as a site of counter narrative. Please welcome Dr. Noor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alakat. First of all, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Nazari, for the chance for me and Prof. Surin to present our work here in this conference. I'm pretty sure most of us in University Malaya has seen your emails every day giving us updates about the conflict that has happened. Yeah, thank you so much again for the chance. All right, so today I'll be talking about mediated resistance and social media as site of counter narratives in the Gaza genocide. Okay, right. So first of all, in the introduction, I'll be talking about the dominant versus less dominant narrative. And then I'll present the conceptual framework for this study, and I'll move on into the findings after that. Right. So first of all, we all know that the Gaza genocide is not an event that exists in a vacuum. It's a long-standing event. And as the previous speaker has mentioned, he has lived the life of, facing like different conflicts at different points in time, and it has affected his family members like from the longest time, right? So it's an issue that doesn't exist in a vacuum. So it starts from the establishment of Israel as a settler colonial country, and it's the very event that causes a long chain of events that came after. So this is actually a discursive event, we would argue, because it's historic, right? So the dominant narrative in the colonization of Palestine is, we all know, is largely perpetrated by the Western media, and we know the West is participating actively in the genocide, right? So this Western hegemony on media narrative is particularly apparent as shown in their role in legitimizing Israeli violence towards Palestinians, and it has been studied extensively, right? So the same form of legitimation could also be found in Israeli government's discourses about war and how they legitimize this war and also violence against Palestinians, right? So what researchers have found is that narratives by Palestinians are often historically skewed and also not centered in many Western countries and Western domains, right? So in the Palestinian territories and people who are in support of Palestinian and Palestinian liberation causes, art is a tool of resistance. So it's not a novel idea, right? And it's depicted through different things. And in Gaza, it's depicted through the use of murals in the wall, right? So this is a practice that could be traced back to the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967. Okay, so social media has now become an emerging battleground, which gives a space for the Palestinians to raise awareness about their lived realities. So much so that it has been dubbed as the new war zone, okay? So it has participatory affordances that could mediate social movements, activism, and resistance, among other things, right? So a key feature that's increasingly adopted by social media platforms is the feature of personalization, which means that there is certain algorithm that alter and also personalize the kind of content that's users of social media get, right? So this personalization of content is especially prominent in TikTok, right? Through the For You feature and also in Instagram as well, but more so in TikTok. And TikTok itself actually influences changes that happen in Instagram, because previously we know that Instagram did not have the Reels feature that show videos on its platform. And now it has, after the prominence of TikTok, especially after the COVID-19 COVID-19. Yeah. So resistance that takes place online is not a new thing. It's a highly documented phenomenon. In fact, it happens. We can see it through the Black Lives Matter movement, the Me Too movement about sexual abuse and harassment. So resistance that takes place online is not something new. So visual communication on social media is essential in contemporary protests, and it's not a novel idea, right? So narratives of resistance are seen to be co-produced by several online users to form a collection of narratives through what is known as transmedia storytelling, right? But while many studies have looked at various forms of online activism, very limited number of studies have actually looked at online resistance for the Palestinian freedom. Okay, so in my study, I use concepts that's drawn from critical discourse studies, looking at how social injustices are actually enacted, reproduced, and also resisted, right? So we use the positive discourse analysis as well, because we're looking at discourses of social change in this context, right? So we're looking at resistance. Yeah. So basically, we are drawing on concepts such as recontextualization and legitimation. And as my students, Zhang Yu and also Wang Fei have just now explained, recontextualization is the process of linking different texts and discourses to examine their relationships. So we're looking at interdiscursive relationship and intertextual relationship in text, because we view text as sites of contesting ideologies. So that's why it's very interesting to study the Gaza genocide from the discursive lens. Right, so the data sources for this study come from TikTok. Okay, we look at the trending audio such as songs, and then we take artworks from a Tumblr site called Dr. Sonnet. It's basically a blog. The reason why we look at social media is because it's a participatory web, which means that it has affordances which allow them to be a powerful tool to get actionable content. Now, of course, like many studies have shown that social media can be performative, right? Can be performative in the sense that users use it to show that they care about something. But from what I found, it also has a profound impact towards influencing other users and create that sort of like solidarity in terms of the rallying like emotions among people to tell them stories about lived realities of Palestinians, right? So it has participatory affordances that could mediate social movements, activism, as well as resistance. Okay, so TikTok, for those of you who don't know, it's a video-based social media platform, which is owned by a Chinese tech company. So it usually features like short bite-sized videos, ranging from 15 seconds, 30 seconds to the longest is 10 minutes. So this one, this platform is a rising platform, and it's especially popular during COVID-19. Yeah, so there is a high level of personalization tailored to users' content. And interest, sorry. For Tumblr, it's different to TikTok. It's a micro-blogging social media platform. If you guys know X, formerly known as Twitter, it's a micro-blogging platform. Tumblr works in a similar way. It has text feature, content could be in visual mode, and it's usually in short form and bite-sized content. Right. So the inclusion criteria for this study is we use social media items that were posted within the duration of 1 year between October 2023 to October 2024. So in collecting the data, we follow the ethical norms of analyzing data sourced from the internet using the ethical guidelines by Association of Internet Researchers, AOIR. Right. So before I begin with the analysis and the findings, I would like to remind everyone that we are not the people who are actually facing this genocide. We are only looking at it from the outside perspective, and that's what we see in the social media platforms as well. We are only looking from the outside, and the social media users who are actually in Gaza are inviting us to take a look from their perspective, right? So this is a preliminary findings, and what we found is that there are three key themes in the mediated resistance and also social media discourse of resistance. First is the theme of discourse of hope, and second is legitimation of movements of resistance, and the third one is rehumanization of Palestinians to challenge the dominant narratives. So in the third one, we'll see that children are the central participants in a lot of the social media content. Okay, so some of the prominent audio trends from TikTok were examined because they seem to work in an effective audio networks. Okay, so these are shaped by recontextualization and also the practice of remixing content, which serve two purposes. The first one is to connect with the viewers emotionally and also to obtain responses from them, and second is to connect with topics of similar nature, and context as well. So after that, we also select artwork from Dr. Sonnet, which is a micro-blogging platform on TikTok that mirrors that we found within the audio trends. What we found is that emotions are the central frame that sort of like ties all of these themes together. And this is made possible due to emotional affordances of social media. Okay, in the first one, for discourse of hope, we see that this is constructed in social media as a counter narrative to the politics of fear that's enacted by the Israeli government and also the Western world, which legitimize war and violence against Palestinian people. So hope versus fear is something that could be construed as a binary in the in-group and out-group representations. So we see here that discourse of hope is being used to counter against that discourse of, politics of fear. Yeah. So in one of the audio trends that I found is from a song called Ya Talzin. Okay, so this song carry lexical choices that reinforces the discourse of hope. You can see a lot of euphemisms are used rather than saying Palestine, the land of olive trees is used, and rather than saying Palestinians, my people are used. So this is probably because of documented instances of social media content censorship. Because of censorship, some contents are not visible to other social media users. So users have started to become more creative in how they present their content and also how they produce their contents, right? So this is what we call shadow banning. So because of this, these kind of strategies emerge because users have started to become more creative in the way they use language on social media. So this song also referenced the political phrase "from the river to the sea," but this is usually followed by the second part, "Palestine will be free." So this is used also in chants in pro-Palestinian rallies, especially in student encampments that we see earlier this year in Western universities, right? So this is something that we can call networks of digital togetherness, because people use the same sort of audio trends to create contents about Palestinian resistance and Palestinian liberation causes. Okay, so this enabled Palestinians to own their narrative and also communicate their emotions, and also people who are in support of Palestinian cause. Right. So this song, Ya Talzin, also sampled the melody of a Palestinian folk song. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's called Ya Tali'in ala El Jabal, which means to those of you who are climbing the mountain. So this is historically sung by women, right? Historically sung by women, and it's considered a patriotic song with associations to the Palestinians' resistance movement. And then this reinforces the idea of interconnected online network, which could be related to another researcher, what he called as effective public, which is essentially denoting the ways in which social media affordances stimulate feelings of belonging and solidarity among its users. So what they've done, what these social media users have done, is that they transfer the kind of emotions to an online world, rather than, because we cannot all be there, we cannot experience the thing firsthand. So we're just looking from the outside, and they manage to transfer that emotions and translate it online. So discourse of hope is essentially a discourse of emotion to counter the politics of fear that's perpetrated by the Israeli government. The second theme that we found is the legitimation of movements of resistance. So the Western world seems to demand Palestinian people to be the perfect victims. This is something that's mentioned by Muhammad Al-Kurd. He's a famous journalist, sibling journalist, right? Mona Al-Kurd as well. So he mentioned that Palestinian people are demanded to be the perfect victims, but they are also represented in a false dichotomy, either a victim or a terrorist, and they never seem to be given the mic or the chance to speak their truth. And when they do, the public, especially the West, places certain expectations on them to behave like the perfect victims, right? So there is expectations being placed upon them. So in the meantime, Palestinian people have always been defending their right to resist against colonization. However, their resistance have been misconstrued and conflated with extremism, and or terrorism. Okay, so another song is from is by Macklemore. It's called Hinds Hall. So here we can see there is a intertextual reference to a victim, a Palestinian child who was a victim of Israeli's military attack. So the use of Hind in the name of the song can be seen as effective symbolism, because it reinforces a reminder about Israeli violence and takes the social media users to remember what has happened, right? So it also shows, it also reminds the social media users about police brutality and violence in the case of university student protests, and also conflation of criticism against the Israeli government with anti-Semitism. So you can see there's the labeling, the people, they won't leave. So they here referring to the pro-Palestinian protesters, right? So here we can see that there's a rhetorical question that serves to undo hegemonic narratives from the US and Israel about the wrongness of the student protests and criticize the actions by the governments of the US and also Israel. So here, this is a form of what we call theoretical legitimation strategy, which counters the master narrative that the student protests are wrong and legitimizes the movement of resistance. Okay, so this is another part from the song Ya Talzin as well. So here, the resistance is seen to be legitimized through story of moral tale, which involves rewarding protagonists when they do a social practice that's considered legitimate. Here, it's in the form of blue and starry nights and the absence of bombs, right? So the phrase hellish skies here evoke a negative imagery about the bombing attacks and also the horrors of what is happening in Gaza. So these accompanying visuals of the clips that are shared online always like impart truth that the US and Israeli governments are trying to suppress. So these are centralizing the Palestinian lived realities, okay? And then in this song, the terminology apartheid is also adopted, okay, which is also a form of legitimation of the movement of resistance because it challenges the hegemonic narrative by the West about resistance as a form of terrorism. And it also reframes the situation by drawing on the facts based on lived realities of Palestinians that are unknown to many people outside of Palestine who are not informed about the issue. Right. So there are also other songs that I cannot share in the same presentation because there are a lot of items for us to unpack, and hopefully we'll publish another paper soon on this. Well, the final theme that we found is about the rehumanization of Palestinians. What we found is that the prominent participants in many of the artwork are actually children, and it makes sense because they are the biggest casualty in the genocide, and also they make up the larger portion of the population in Gaza, right? And we know that linguists have reported on the ways in which media outlets manipulate truth in reporting using language choices. And this is obviously not a case of oblivion, not a case of ignorance. These are deliberate attempts by the media to reinforce and re-legitimize the dominant narratives by the governments and authoritative voices. So in contrast to the use of dehumanizing language in media reporting, the artworks posted through the Tumblr account provides rehumanizing visual elements. So let's have a look at some of them. The first one is an artwork titled Last Supper of Gazan Children. It's a recontextualized painting from a famous painting by Leonardo da Vinci called The Last Supper. Now, The Last Supper is about Jesus and also how he's about to inform his apostles and also his friends that, there's betrayal, right? And here we can see in the artwork, the betrayal comes from the world and also all of us basically, because how we we are witnessing the horrors of the war, right? And starvation, and how it's being used as a weaponized tool. Is being weaponized as a tool of war and mass destruction by Israel. It's not just the bombs, it's not just the physical attacks, it's also starvation, which is a weapon of mass destruction by Israel. So this shows that violence comes in forms of deprivation of resources and access as well. And it tells other social media users that this is a very legitimate issue that does not just, that's not centered only on the physical violence. Right. The next one is an artwork titled Children in the Shrouds by also Palestinian artist named Khalid Staitia. So it reminds us about a painting by Gustav Klimt called The Kiss in terms of the style. But here you see that the angle that's being taken here is as if the viewer is looking down at these children, as if they are lying down on the ground. And this high angle portrays vulnerability of the children because we are looking down on them. We are gazing at them like from a higher sort of like perspective. So this image is also individualized and depict them in a very close manner. You can see in the center, the child is actually looking at the viewer directly, whereas the other two children are, they have their eyes covered by bandage and they have closed eyes. So viewers do not know if they're asleep or if they're dead, right? So this draws attention to the lived realities and also gives the social media users a level of close connection that enables stories of trauma to be communicated to the people despite the geographical distance. All right, the final one is an untitled artwork. It's also by a Palestinian artist named Mamoun Al-Shaib. Okay, so this one shows the perspective of the viewer from behind the person in the picture. So it reminds me to a painting by Friedrich, a German romanticist painter called Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog. Okay, but the stark difference between the two paintings is that in the artwork here, you can see that the boy is actually on the ground, right? And he's wearing a school uniform. He's also carrying a school bag. So it draws us to the issue of educide or scholasticide, and talks about the obliteration of the Palestinian education system. So what's previously is a normalized activity of going to school is now seen as a real issue, a systemic violence that is weaponized by Israel, right? So those were the themes that we found from the data set. So while these social media posts do not directly promote emancipatory discourses, they actually contribute in shaping counter narratives using emotions. So these narratives are very important because they help to shape emerging online emancipatory discourses through social media affordances with features such as trending sounds and also hashtags, right? So as mentioned by my students earlier, there is a risk of echo chamber whereby social media users could become trapped in the network of users with similar views and they're not exposed to views that are different from them. So future research could probably explore the polarizing aspects of social media in the issue of the Gaza genocide in order to have a more enriched understanding about mediated resistance in general. Yeah, so again, I would like to remind everyone that we are researchers who are only looking at this issue from the outside. And what we can see from the study is that art and literature coupled with social media affordances can form a very powerful tool in mediating resistance. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. Okay.
So,
would you like to?
Yeah, so one more. Who want to ask this? Yeah, we open the floor for questions now. Yeah, the end of the conference for today. Before this, we didn't allow questions. So we finish the
Presentation, yeah.
People want to ask anything, can start with the last presenter. Yes. And then can ask any other presenters who are present. Okay.
Any questions from the floor?
No, for everybody's company.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, it's a problem. How you go for the organization? Sometimes so likely, but especially then you should go to Norma for the implementation support for Palestine over the last 30 years. I knew Norma in 2010, maybe, and I suggested that for them to establish a library in Gaza in English in Palestine, and actually she moved the idea and adopted it, ending up. Shall I repeat? Shall I say that again? Yeah. So when I met Norma nearly 15 years ago, and the idea that there was a proposal to establish a library in English on Palestine, and ever since she supported the idea with her family's money, with her money, with her effort, time, and sweat. And the library I just knew today is still luckily intact in Gaza. Alhamdulillah. This library actually affected and influenced a lot of students around Gaza Strip. Some of them are here, and I'm proud of Norma a lot. I cannot thank you enough.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry. You press the button, bro.
Yeah, this question, bro. What comments about what?
Any questions regarding the structure for the morning?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I have a question about Professor Al-Hirthani, to Mahmoud, and one or two of the other presentations, but I think it's a bit difficult. Some of the speakers are not here. But anyway, let me just ask a couple of questions. I suppose my main question is this. Two questions. One is very simple. You mentioned decolonization of anti-colonial means. I was wondering, because you discussed it at the end and it was very brief, whether you could explain why anti-colonial means need to be decolonized. Yeah. So you are implying that anti-colonial means are colonial. That's why it needs to be decolonized. That's a very simple question. But the more, I think, complex issue is, and this base follows also from your talk 2 days ago at University of Malaya, that what do you think are the reasons why Palestine has not, or is not known for generating a tradition of anti-colonial thought? So when we think of the Algerian Revolution, immediately people will think of Frantz Fanon, right? When you think of the Philippine Revolution, immediately the name of Jose Rizal. When you think of the Iranian Revolution, Ali Shariati. And these are universal, these are known universally, not restricted to the country of origin. So Frantz Fanon is owned by all decolonizing or decolonial thinkers. But the same did not happen in Palestine, and it's a pity, it should happen. So I wonder whether you could address that.
Before you answer that, I will collect the question and comments and then all the response. I have my own for presenter, Dr. Noy. In this social media battle, you were presenting the Palestinian side.
Yes.
Presumably, there will be also the pro-Israel side.
Actually, Wong Pei is looking at both sides.
Oh, yeah,
of
she
the,
was there.
yeah.
So I
In
just
the
wanted
PhD
to
work.
find out how, maybe it's my own interest, and so I tend to spend more time on the pro-Palestinian side. But your assessment, both of you, which is winning the battle now globally? Globally, the social media battle, because they are also happening on the other side. What's your assessment of that? Who is winning the battle of social media in trying to influence the global perception and global audience, and explain why, if there is any reason to that. You got the question?
Oh, would you like me to answer now? Or after this?
Any other question? Any other question?
Okay.
So that's directed towards you and also our two presenters.
Assalamualaikum, everyone. Noma, I'd like to thank you for setting up the center. So significant, and also Prof. Nazari, Dr. Lakat. My question is for Ahmad Al-Nuk. I totally agree with you on the issue of the so-called war on Palestine. It's a proxy war of the US and the Western allies, like in the words of Dr. Miriam Francois. She said the same thing too. And right now we can see that Al Jazeera is getting the onslaught. They're doing everything. They're trying to pressure Qatar and everything. And now we only have Al Mayadeen and Middle East Eye. So I'm sure there are lots of such pro-Palestinian media who want to join the bandwagon, because the world has essentially noticed the Israeli propaganda. So my question is very simple. We know what's going on, but what I want to ask, how do you see the challenges going ahead? You know, how do you overcome the challenges going ahead to sustain this media, number one, because all of them are getting the onslaught from the West and the US. And how do we get some more media, because we don't have enough media, because Instagram, so they're shadow banning and everything. That's all. Thank you, Dr. Anouk.
Okay. Question? Question.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah.
So today I want to express gratitude, and I want to say that there are one special person that motivated me to join this conference today. The person is Mr. I hope I don't pronounce wrong. Mr. Ahmed Anal, because I read your interviews report articles with the New York Times last year when I worked as a journalist. And that time I haven't enrolled in the And after I wrote that and read that you say that you express that why you establish we are not numbers and the loss of your families and the burden there. It motivates me to look into the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as my PhD project. Also, just now you tell a very interesting, very important idea is that when you were interrogated by the Western media, they are asking you to condemn Hamas, and this action is actually they want to legitimize the Israel part. So this one is very enlightening to me. So how do you look at the students doing research in this area? So what is your perspective on the, do you have any advices on students looking into this?
Advice.
Okay.
So the question is, do you have any advice?
Is the microphone okay?
Yeah.
No?
Okay, go ahead.
Louder. Hello? Hello? It's not on. Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me? I have a question for Sir Ahmed. No. Yeah, Anouk. Yeah, sorry. So like I heard stories about Palestinians losing families and all that. I also heard from the point of view of Sir An-Aked. And how do you find it? Is it even if the war, let's imagine that the war ends anytime soon, do you find yourself being able to forgive the Israel for the sake of peace that you spoke about just now? That's all.
Okay. I think that should be enough. Otherwise, we will not be able to finish our. So start with.
Thank you, Professor Al-Attas, for your question and attention. And you asked me the question about decolonizing the anti-colonial means. And actually, I don't think that I can answer it better than you. But I will try. I will try. Over the last 2 days, I had discussions with Professor Al-Attas and I learned a lot. I'm going, in light of these discussions, try to answer the question. And regarding the second question, which is about Palestinian theorization on anti-colonial literature or anti-colonial theorization. Okay, so to start with the first one, ironically, there is this school inside Palestine of people who believe that Palestinians have to learn from the Jews. The Jews had been always for 600 years trying to have a state of their own, and they finally learned over the last 200 years how to navigate through world systems until they made use of the Holocaust, etc., etc. But when I look at their experience, when I look at our experience, and I think and reflect on the anti-colonial means decolonization, I think the answer for me is simple. We need to invest in things that cannot prevent us in investing in. For instance, education. They cannot prevent people from education. They cannot people outside to support people get educated. This is, I mean, when we talk about I don't want to use soft power as a term because, again, we are back to Eurocentric ideas of theorization. The second thing is that when we are educated, when there is theorization, we will be able to push the limits of rights, to push people to believe in our own causes. And I could draw an analogy of the Palestinian cause in the world 20 years ago and now. 20 years ago, the spokespersons of Palestinians were only the ambassadors and the representatives of the factions around the world. Nowadays, with the movement of education over the last 20 years, you can see people like, what is it, Muhammad Shhade, Ahmed, Yusuf. These are the fruits of education in Palestine. And at this same moment, I think that there are also different Palestinian students and intellectuals talking about Palestine in different corners in the world. And this accumulatively will do something. This is what I mean when I talk about decolonizing the anti-colonial means. Resistance is not only hard power, militarization of the society. There are a lot of means that can put Israel in the corner, hold it accountable. If there are lawyers who specialize in international law, I think they will add. We know, but there are always loopholes from which we can penetrate the system, and this is what we mean by a lot of things. Social media is another site where we can fight for Palestine without losses. This is the thing. The only thing that we lose is time and sweat, while other means could, as we are seeing, we are losing a lot. Every Palestinian in this room lost a lot of his family, not to mention other resources that has been building over the last 20, 50 years. And thank you again for the question. Actually, I tried to search in my mind how to answer the question, and I found interesting things actually. In the Palestinian liberation movement since 1917, I could say that there are people who are good intellectual, serious intellectuals, and they wrote, and I'll give examples now, but the thing is that they wrote in Arabic. If there is no translation, and then why is Frantz Fanon so famous? Simply because he wrote in French, and he also got the support of main media outlets in the world, including an introduction by Jean-Paul Sartre himself. This adds to the capital of the person, adds very much. If you take, for example, I don't want to mention Edward Said. There are people even before Edward Said. George Antonius, he's a Palestinian, and I think he wrote a very important book. He wrote it in English, and then it was translated into Arabic. But again, this didn't make a lot of impact. But there is, like Al-Attash family, there is a Palestinian family, by the way, Sayegh family. The man and his sons, and all of them are intellectuals and writers, and some of them studied at Cambridge in the 1960s. Some of them were on the leadership of the Palestinian research centers in Lebanon during the heyday of PLO. But the thing is, Faiz Sayegh, Anis Sayegh, Yazid Sayegh, all of them are a family of, even their mother is an intellectual. So these people theorize, but it seems that there is an embargo. Again, it's not only a translation. There is an embargo that is related to the status of Israel as an imperial spearhead in the region. The thing is that, again, we need to promote this. We need to dig up and promote it, because I think there is a lot of literature. You know, when I was searching the one-state solution, I found somebody called Muhammad Rashid, and he wrote highly intellectual paper in 68 about coexistence and the strategies, how to coexist, how to create one democratic state for all, etc., etc. And he was a revolutionary. He was actually the head of the Palestinian Center for Research under PLO. And I don't want to forget Ahmed al-Shuqairi, who was actually the advisor of Algeria during the revolution in the UN. He's a Palestinian, and he became the PLO chairman in the 60s when it was established. He has a big collection of essays, but unfortunately it's in Arabic. Although he was eloquent in English, but he preferred to write in Arabic. And the list is actually long. The list of intellectuals who wrote in Arabic is long. I remember Edward Said in one of his essays talked about a Palestinian intellectual who studied at Harvard in the 60s, and believing in the revolution, he left Harvard and he left a post at Harvard and went down to Lebanon to join the fighters. I think this guy, I forgot his name. This guy has something to say, but we don't know what he did. And remember, in 1982, the Israelis, when they invaded Beirut, they confiscated all the books of the center. This is another thing. Yeah. And there is Charles Malik. Charles Malik is a very famous writer. He was one of the people who actually took part in the writing and the wording of International Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you. Yeah. I would love to listen from you.
Yes. No. Thank you very much for that. Just wanted to say, you are right. I know there are these people. It's not that there were not Palestinian thinkers and scholars. But just to take the example to illustrate my point, Faiz Essayah, he was writing in the 60s, and he was one of the first thinkers, not in Palestine, but anywhere, to theorize settler colonialism. But in the literature on settler colonialism today, in the last 10, 15 years, settler colonialism has become a very important popular concept. There's even a journal on settler colonial studies, but nobody has recognized him as one of the founders of theory. This is my issue. You see that there are Palestinian thinkers. We know that there are, but they've not attained the status as pioneers. It's something that I think we need to do. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Very important point. To respond to my question. It's okay.
Thank you, Prof, for your question. Actually, I think it's very hard to say like who's the one like winning the social media battle, right? But for me, what really like struck me was that I think like between the first quarter of the year and the second quarter of the year, there were contents on Twitter from the IDF account about Hamas violence against the Israelis, and from several like social media users, they actually commented on the images that were posted on the IDF accounts, right? So those people who are experts in forensics and also who are experts in all this like crime scene investigations and all, they actually say that, oh, these images are actually staged because of there are discrepancies in the ways in which like the bullets are placed and the blood and all. So I think like that's a good indication that actually Israel is intimidated by what's happening in the online world, because they're scared what's happening in the online world is going to be transferred to the offline world. So yeah, that's my answer to your question. I think there's an indication that Israel is intimidated by what's happening in the resistance in the online world.
Okay, thank you very much. The first question was from a young lady here, but she left. So it's been no use to answer her question. So I have a question here from, yes. Okay, I will ask this question. So she was asking about the challenges for the media, I think. And, well, I think what can we do to prevent the media bias? And I would say now it is the right time now to boycott the mainstream. There's no use of like trying to persuade them to be more neutral to Israel Palestine. Now it is the time to boycott the mainstream media, the Western mainstream media, and start our own alternative media. And we Palestinians, we have excelled at that. During the past 10 years, we have established so many alternative media outlets, and they are doing great job. And I can't even name all of them. There is like a Palestine Chronicle, there is the Electronic Intifada, there is the New Arab, there is Middle East Eye, Middle East Monitor, We Are Not Numbers, Palestine Deep Dive. There are tens of other alternative media outlets that are now working very well on Palestine. And it is time for us, even us as the audience, to boycott the mainstream media and start reading our news from these publications and encourage other people to read it from these publications. Because enough with the mainstream media. We tried so much to fix the mainstream media, but they are beyond fixing. These people know that they are biased. I did my dissertation for my master's degree on the mainstream media and the bias of the mainstream media. And every single research or book or study I read, it was about the bias of the mainstream media. So these people are not really stupid. They know how to write a headline. They know it has to be an active voice. They know all the rules. They know what is professionalism. They know what is journalism. But they have taken a side. They have decided to be biased for Israel for many reasons, but we will not discuss the reasons. But they have taken their side. And now it is up to us, now the audience, the people, to challenge them and look for alternative media to build it and follow it. So that would be my question for the first question. The other question, would I forgive Israel for killing my family? Well, I'm going to tell you this. If writing a love letter to Netanyahu will stop the war and end the siege and bring the Palestinians to their homes and end the colonization of Palestine and end the occupation and make us live like normal human beings, I will do that. But this is not... But unfortunately, this is not how it works. We know politics. If we forgive Netanyahu now and the Israeli army and these murders, then other people will be encouraged to do the same genocide, the war crimes. Netanyahu will not forgive me. He doesn't like me. He doesn't like the Palestinian existence. He doesn't like whatever is un-Israeli or not Israeli. So this is not how it works. And even if I forgive Netanyahu for killing my family, what about my nephew, Omar, who was pulled from under the rubble and lost 21 members of his family? He was injured and he was only 3 years old. Will he forgive Netanyahu? What about my other sisters? What about the friends of my family? This is not how it works. We must not forgive these people, because if we forgive them, then other people will be encouraged to commit war crimes and massacres. I'm going to tell you this. Sometimes forgiveness can be a virtue, but sometimes it can be a vice. And we do not want to be so forgiving because we don't want to encourage genocide and war crimes and massacres and killing and theft of land. We will not forgive Netanyahu. I will not forgive Netanyahu. She asked the question, the young lady. Yes. And it's a good question. It's a really good question. But out of a principle, out of morality, out of ethics, I will not forgive Netanyahu. Yeah. So the other question came from you here. Thank you for reading my story in the New York Times. You have no idea how much hard time they gave me to write this story. Anyway, thank you, New York Times, for writing a story about me. So your question is an advice for students to study Palestine. And I would tell you this. Okay, I'm not going to say this because I'm Palestinian, but Palestine is the center of the universe. Gaza is the center of the world. Not because the Palestinians or the Gazans are better than anyone else. Of course not. We're not better than anyone. But no one else is better than us. But if you want to understand the world, understand Palestine. If you want to understand politics, understand Gaza and Palestine. If you want to study economics, study Palestine and Gaza. If you want to study anything about the world, how it works, study Palestine. Because we are at the forefront of the war against barbarism. We are at the forefront of civilization against barbarism in the world. So I would encourage everyone to study Palestine and to read more about Palestine, because if you do, you will understand how this world works, how this politics works. Gaza and Palestine goes beyond Gaza and Palestine. And that this war, this genocide, is proving us right when we say that. When there was, when Hamas did the 7th of October, we've seen the Americans send their warships, Abraham Lincoln, and massive warships to the Middle East, because they know Gaza symbolizes much, much, much bigger than Gaza itself. It symbolizes the world economics, the world's power, the world's politics. It is all in Palestine. It is all in Gaza. So I encourage everyone to study Palestine, because when you do, I guarantee you will understand how this world works. Thank you very much.
So we are actually at the end. To make things a bit more confusing or enlightening, you mentioned the word the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Yes.
It's now berthed in Malaysian port now. So what does that tell you? How the world works, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give the floor back to Akad.
Prof. As we reach to the end of our first day of this conference, International Conference on Palestine Studies, and we are really close to the end of the first day of this interesting and impressive conference, I would like to thank all our presenters, speakers, participants for their powerful contributions. Today has been a very important and a moving reminder of the urgency of justice for Palestine. Let's reflect on this insight and return tomorrow with a renewed commitment for the genocide on Palestine and genocide in Gaza, particularly. Thank you so much and good evening. Just a simple reminder, tomorrow is going to be online, but we will be here for those who's willing to come. Tomorrow we will be here, but it's going also, the session will be purely online for tomorrow. I'm not sure, Prof.